But Guys, there's somebody missing. Oh, please don't worry. Paradigm's alone. They're all thinking. A victim of a crime, and I don't realize you make me lie to you. You are leaking. On Party Platform, I realize the devil's playing with me. I wanna be next to you right now. See, I can feel it. Tripping another ex, there's somebody missing. Oh, please don't worry, paradigm's a long barrel leaking. A victim of a crime, and I don't realize you make me lie to you, you are leaking. On my platform, I realize the devil's playing with me. I wanna be next to you right now. See, I can feel
going on, everybody? I hope everyone is having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is Friday the 13th, 2025. Friday, May 13th, 2025. This is NCC TV coming at you from the steps of the Amami Airport. We are live, or at least that's how it appears to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic lifeform streamer. Trapped in a cyberbrain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia. Forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, and however you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com, high risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulacrum, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the distant cyber future. Chicken jockey. There you go, chat. Chicken jockey. Chicken jockey time. I gotta say, I really thought I need to see the Minecraft movie now. I thought it was gonna suck. I assumed it was gonna suck. Everything about that, like just the idea of a Minecraft movie. It's like, no, you don't need to make Minecraft into a movie. I mean, of course you're gonna make it into a movie because it's very popular, but there doesn't need to be a Minecraft movie. Minecraft is fine without a movie. If there's a movie, maybe it should be a cartoon or something. And then they're like, yeah, Jack Black and Jason Momoa, and I'm like, all right, no, yeah, Jack Black is Steve actually. It's like, but no, it like here's what makes it for me, chat. The chicken jockey. All right. It doesn't make me want to throw popcorn all over the place or anything like that, or bust up a theater, but it just like, it's so wholesome. It's so wholesome. They bring down the little zombie out of the crate and it falls on the chicken and it immediately is like, oh, like they're like friends. They're like very close friends. The little baby zombie and the chicken. They have an amazing relationship. I don't know what to say, chat. That's the best. Now I want to see it. Now I actually want to see it. I really thought it was gonna suck though. I mean, maybe it does suck. It's probably not good. What has anybody seen it? I'm guessing it's gonna be like cult classic kind of good, right? Where it's good because it's bad. You just heard chicken jockey? Well, if you've never played the game, you probably don't know what a chicken jockey is. I played Minecraft and I hated the movie. I don't know, maybe I'll hate the movie too. I wasn't gonna watch it though. I was gonna ignore it. I don't see a lot of movies. It takes a lot. It takes a lot to get me to, especially like, I don't know, at the theater, I don't know. And popcorn, yeah. So the meme that you may be missing, some of you are missing, is that the Minecraft movie became this thing where people go there and they kind of freak out. You know, like the Rocky Horror Picture Show? You know how like people throw rice at the Rocky Horror Picture Show when their Brad and Janet walk out in the wedding and stuff like that, right? They're like when somebody says something on the screen, then everybody says something in the audience, you know, that whole thing. Well, they've got that now, like, right, with Minecraft. It sounds like an emphasis for Dick Rider. Oh, chicken jockey, like, that's hilarious. Like, it's a low-key way of saying, like, you know, yeah, the other word for chicken. The Room. I need to see that. You know, I've seen so many scenes from that, and I've never actually seen the whole thing. I've never seen the entire Room. Is it worth it, chat? Or should I just keep watching clips on YouTube? So yeah, I mean, I don't know what's going on right now. It feels pretty bad though. It feels really bad. It feels really dangerous. This back and forth between Israel and Iran. The Room is a masterpiece. Well, yeah, because it's got the best actor of all time in it. If you watch The Room, I'll watch the Minecraft movie. Well, I gotta watch the Minecraft movie. I haven't seen it yet. Second night in a row that Hassan has ran straight into NCC. It's coordination, chat. It's coordinate. How long before people start asking Hassan, why are you coordinating with NCC? Don't you know she's bad? Don't you know she has files on all streamers, including you? Yeah. Yeah, she's gonna do a hit piece, Hassan. Like all the other hit pieces that she does. Well, I don't know. What would be the scandal? What would be the scandal? What would my scandal be, chat? My kid liked it. They give it a Rocky Horror treatment in some places. Not sure if it's worthy of that, but who knows? Reminds me of Cock Goblin episode of Code Monkeys. I've never seen that. Yeah, that's the one Woody read. The folders. Although I don't think I got the folders anymore. I feel like Vosh is known for folders. And his folders actually existed. Like, right? His folders were more than a screenshot contrived with the folders with the name of every popular streamer at the time, right? His folders were, yeah. See, if I even had folders like that, no, I shouldn't even joke. I shouldn't even joke. I just want to get Hassan canceled for ending right when I began. It's obviously coordination. He's obviously in league with NCC. Wait, I prefer Coots over Kaya. Wait, who's Coots? Which dog is Coots? Somebody else's dog? Yeah, chat. I usually wake up early, like at 3 o'clock in the morning, and just turn on my phone to see like what is going on. And it was Ethan covering world events, world news. Ethan had a thumbnail. I think you saw it already if you clicked on the thumbnail here, right? It's that thing in the middle right there, right? That is Ethan's thumbnail. All right. He took this down, I guess, out of embarrassment or out of low numbers. I don't know. But this was his initial thumbnail. Was Ethan Klein with a serious look on his face, a flag of Iran to his right, a flag of Israel to his left. And no, Ethan's gonna break it down for you. Oh my god. Discord says Jeffrey Epstein funded Minecraft. That's not, I can't disprove that, Discord. Do you know that I see what you say now, thanks to OBS? They've integrated Discord. I didn't even ask for this, chat. That's his thumbnail. That's the one he started out with, right? He hid it in disgrace, right? I guess, I mean, it is, the disgraceful thing is that Ethan is not going to give you, like, commentary on geopolitics. He's the last guy in the world, even if you agree with him. Even if you think Ethan is based, right? Even the Destiny type dick writers, right? That have kind of filled out Ethan's community, right? Even these people know that they're not going to get their commentary on world events from Ethan Klein. Even they know that the guy doesn't know shit, right? Was he being a cliche on purpose? Oh god, like an anti-Semitic? Wait, where's the anti-Semitic part? I didn't see the anti-Semitic part. It is a cliche. It is a thumbnail cliche. Like this whole thing of like giving very serious thought to this whole Iran versus Israel thing. But no, he's not serious at all. And we're gonna watch it all. I don't know, chat. I guess this isn't as fun as like the normal like drama slop stream because there's no element of interpersonal drama here. It is just Ethan being obnoxiously ignorant, all right? And a little bit grandiose to boot, right? They say that Jimmy Lee is the one with the grandiosity problem. I think it's Ethan. I think it's Ethan. We live in a world of takes. Analysis and interpretation are dirty words. That's direful. We're in the midst of the take economy. This is the take economy. Everybody's got to have a take. And the worthiness of your take is not based on like how good your take is or how much you know or, you know, reliability or anything like that. It's just literally, oh, you have 25,000 concurrents in chat. I guess you can comment on politics. Let's hear what you got to say about Iran, Israel, Ethan, because that's how I want to enjoy the end of the world, right? I don't know. I don't want to get too histrionic about it, chat. This is bad shit that's happening. This is really, really bad shit on a number of levels. Even if it doesn't break out into a greater conflict, right? Even if it doesn't destabilize things, it is a bad thing. It is a bad thing to have a stable Middle East with Israel fully entrenched in the seat of power. That in and of itself is a bad and dangerous thing. And I'm not sure, I am not sure what to root for in this crisis. On one hand, I know that that Iran probably could strike back fairly hard. They could do some real damage, right? You know, if they want to do damage to the Israeli leadership, though, the bunker that they're all in, or not even a bunker, it's like a command center. Do you know about this, chat? There's a command center under Tel Aviv, like an evil villain lair under the city. You know, the people that say they're the most moral country and Hamas is evil because they got tunnels under hospitals and shit, and they make the poor IDF bomb the hospitals even though they really don't want to because that's the only way you can get to Hamas. Well, guess who's literally doing that shit? Guess who's literally hiding under massive numbers of civilians? It's Israel. It's Israel's leadership, right? So yeah, like on one hand, chat, I am a little bit encouraged that from what I can see so far, and it's really hard to gauge, from what I can see, it does seem like Iran is not going as hard as they possibly could on Israel, which means that this might be somewhat of a face-saving move. This could be a little bit of, you know, like they got to do something, right? They got to do something. Their country got attacked. You cannot remain in leadership when your country gets attacked if you're just going to be like, oh, that's fine. Israel can bomb us and kill our, you know, kill the guy doing the negotiations, chat. They did this shit again. Israel is doing Israel shit. Can you believe it? Israel is out there doing Israel shit once again, just like they did with the, I think they killed the negotiator from Hamas like months ago, right? Well, now they killed the Iranian negotiator that was negotiating with the United States. They really don't want that nuclear deal to get signed. But like, I don't know if I'm encouraged, because like, you know, the Iran not striking back very hard. On one hand, yeah, it's good that they have some restraint. It's good that they are, you know, doing things with the end in mind, the end being some kind of ceasefire at some point, right? But at the same time, I can't tell if this is showing, if this is going to be in, if it's going to be taken as weakness by Israel, right? Because if that happens, then Israel's just going to be encouraged to do more and more and more. They have been acting on Iran, on the region in general, with impunity, straight up impunity. Israel does not care. Israel is nonplussed. Oh no, that is not completely untouched by copyright. I don't know, chat. I could probably get away with Persona 4. I love that soundtrack, by the way. I'm a fan. I'm a fan of the Persona 4 soundtrack. I don't know if other people, I could see how it probably probably it's annoying to a lot of people, but I like the cutesy shit. I like the signs of love and stuff, you know, like I think it's cute. I need to play that sometime. Lana Del Rey alternative album. Did you know there are tunnels under Tel Aviv? Hassan said part of the complication is that Iran is clearly compromised because the drones were smuggled ahead of time. Yeah, majorly compromised. And they've been compromised. I would say Hezbollah was probably compromised. So the population is blaming leadership. Yeah. And I know that what Israel's end goal is similar to, what the United States' end goal at one time was to somehow, I don't know how this would work, chat, reinstitute the Shah. People talk about this. The original Shah is obviously not alive anymore, right? Like the Shah that the United States wielded as a puppet. Is that guy alive still? Even? Perp Sage, thank you for the sub, and you just got jellyfished. Hoping for a quick resolution and peace and love for everybody. Yeah, well, I mean, like for once, I will get with that peace and love. But yeah, I don't know if I want it to be, obviously Iran responding with everything that they've got. Yeah, like there's just so many things that could happen, chat. I mean, like U.S. bases are definitely strikeable from Iran. The United States did at least assist Israel in the in taking down some of the retaliatory strike, if not the planning of their initial strike, right? I mean, we don't know that. People are now questioning, did Israel get one over on Trump, or did Trump like 5D chess the rest of us, right? Did his negotiations, his desire to sign a nuclear deal with Iraq, his reticence to go to Israel, was this something that was like, did he and Bibi like plan this out? Yeah, we'll pretend like we have a falling out. We'll pretend like I'm mad at you for talking to Iran, and I don't know, or it just doesn't seem likely. Like, right? That's the Trump that Trump fans want to exist. It's not really the Trump that does exist. He's not methodical about anything, and he cannot keep a secret for the life of him. So I feel like if the Trump administration knew what Israel was up to, it would have probably leaked, right? Everything. It would have leaked in a Signal chat. It would have been in the Signal chat. Everybody would know about it. They would have brought in like reporters from the Atlantic. Did Biden's people put this in place before the inauguration? I mean, that's the other thing that I heard Hassan say, and I think he's right about this, that having a Democrat in office, I don't think that would change anything with this. I think this would have happened I don't think unless it's maybe there was a dynamic in the Obama administration where sometimes some of the shit that Israel was doing with the settlements, right? Obama would rein in Israel from time to time on things like the West Bank settlements, right? And so I don't know. I mean, like that's the last administration that has seemed to have a positive influence on Israel. In general, Israel and the United States are the same force. They are the same team. They are like, right. There's not a difference. Their interests are aligned, right? Even if maybe Trump's interest of having some sort of a peace plan and being the peace president, maybe that doesn't align with Israel, but overall the United States and Israel are just, their interests are one. And that's a bad thing too, because they're both pariah states, right? The United, and again Trump making the United States more and more hated. Bibi Netanyahu shoring up the Israel's status as a pariah state. I mean, these are rogue states, chat. United States and Israel, like, right? It's like I mean, this is a real axis of evil. I don't know what to say. Trump admin lied about collaborating with Israel, and then they had to admit they gave intel. A war with Iran would probably be the end of Trump. I think it's incompetence. Yeah, I mean, I'm generally Like, I generally think it's like most of the time with Trump, the answer is incompetence. Yes. Does Ethan think Iranians are Arabs? Oh wait, that comes up. We'll see that actually. Charlie Kelly, I think that comes up, like that he is. Somebody mentions what was his name? Soleimani. Am I getting that? Am I misremembering the name? But Ethan somehow hears that as like a word in Arabic, and it's and then he has to be told, no, actually, Ethan, they speak Farsi. Iran, they don't speak Arabic. They're Persian. They're Persian there. They're not. This is not. He did so in his conversation with Hassan. Biden reined them in, lol. Well, the thing is, like, you know, a war with Iran, as in the United States getting pulled into a conflict with Iran, it's not... God. All right, so the United States had a lot of trouble with Iraq, and Iraq's terrain and military are a lot more agreeable to a takeover, to, you know, like Iraq is easy mode, Iran is hard mode, right? If the United States was going to try to do something like they did with Iraq and Iran, yeah, that would be not just the end of Trump, but possibly the end of the United States. This would be the United States' Afghanistan, being that Afghanistan is largely viewed as the one of the last mistakes that the Soviet Union made before it dissolved. But I mean, I don't know, dissolution looking pretty good these days, right? I don't know. Can we have a realignment in North America? Can we just like can we roll the dice a little bit? Maybe one like big mega state that includes California, Oregon, Washington, Mexico, Canada, and then the East Coast. I don't know, chat. Anything is better than the fucked up situation we're in right now, where, you know, in the United States, you're effectively married to people with their heads up their ass. Can you imagine that? If your partner, you were married to somebody who just insisted on walking around with their head up their ass? That's what it's like to be an American, right? No matter how decent your politics are, there is a good portion of the country that is just, I mean, yeah, you know, their view of the world is the view from inside their own colon. It's not, they're not seeing reality. They are seeing the methane fumes of their own lower digestive tract. Not to get gross, although I already have. Considering Biden's legacy of being VP when Osama was taken out, I'm sure Biden wanted to avoid this for real. I think me and my Chinese boyfriend will move to Taiwan and wait for the eventual beneficent Chinese takeover. I will learn Mandarin. Wait a minute. I'm confused. Wait. Okay. Is that what they speak in Taiwan? Because isn't it closer to like the Cantonese speaking area? Or am I wrong about China? And also, like, I thought that there was... Canada absorbs some states. I've seen Senate hearings. Wait, Senate hearings? Morbert says he absolutely does. Oh, it is Mandarin, officially. Okay, so when people say Taiwanese, they mean Hokkien. They mean Taiwanese Hokkien, and that's also that's also a language that's spoken there. Yeah, because like, Taiwan's got that whole history of there was the people indigenous to the island that they were taken over by Japan for a while, and then ever since the end of the Chinese Civil War, they've been kind of occupied by the KMT and Chiang Kai-shek's forces. So I guess it makes sense that they would speak Mandarin as their official language. But I always get confused because I hear people say Taiwanese, and I'm just like, wait, is there a different language or dialect that's spoken there? And I mean, in addition to the official language being Mandarin, yeah. Anonogamy VOD says, yes, Taiwan speaks Mandarin. They are primarily Han. They have a special dialect, I believe, but it's mostly the same. Hong Kong and Guangzhou is the Canton. Okay, it's to the south of. Yeah, because I remember landing in Taiwan and then crossing really kind of like in between Hong Kong and mainland China before flying into Thailand. Wait, what feels like Western imposition? Hokkien and Hakka are indigenous languages, and Mandarin is the official and legal language. Yeah, I mean, when the KMT took up residence in Taiwan after the Civil War, it was, they pretty much swamped the any indigenous population that was already there. Oh, when I said about being married to someone. Oh, insane. Oh, Senate hearings are like being married to someone with their head up their butt. I get it. The nomenclature of Taiwanese. Wait, what? Hokkien and Hakka are not indigenous. Yeah. Hokkien is Minnan, which comes from Fujian, China. Hakka is from mainland China as well. Yeah, I mean, there are, obviously, indigenous Taiwanese people. And yeah, but you're right, they don't speak Hokkien or Hakka. I missed out a bit Hokkien and Hakka dialects. Oh, you missed it a bit. Okay. Wait, those are dialects then. Chat, like, I love my hair the day after I wash it, but then like a day or two after that, it knots up in the back, and it's really annoying because I can't like comb through easily. And I wonder, I kind of think it's, something interesting. When I got my hair done here in Thailand, I didn't really, I was just like, yeah, you do it. Like, like I wasn't like I don't know Thai well enough to like be like, I want it like this, or I want it like this, or right. But what I noticed though, there's the little thing on the back of your neck, right, where you've got like wispy hair that kind of grows back here, right, that kind of grows down in like two strands Normally I feel like when I get my haircut in the US, they'll use a razor, they'll like cut that, and they didn't cut it. And I wonder if that's what it is, right? That I have gone so long without, I've grown out my hair for so long that part like really grew out, and that hair is just like is tying the rest of my hair in knots. Have I tried using detangler? I had one once that smelled like soda. But no, I haven't. I don't even know where I would get detangler here. Just saying the distinction between Mandarin and Taiwanese dialect is sort of arbitrary. Oh, and may be the result of political force. Makes sense. There's a number of other indigenous languages. Is that what you're saying, Anonogamy? But anyway, yeah, we got to get through an Ethan VOD today. I don't know. I feel like there's also stuff going on with the protests, obviously. There's too much going on. I find those hairs are always curlier. Yeah, they're definitely... No! I had it in my mouth, chat. And then it just, like... Detangler type brush? Wait, what is that? Brush your hair in the shower? Yeah, if you get like a plastic brush, maybe you could do that. All right, I'm actually gonna eat this one. Dane Ver says, my experience is when hair is long, it mats like crazy. My sweet spot is shoulder length. Have I reviewed the last stream where Steiny and Bradley Martin question all of Ethan's assumptions about Hassan? No, but I think isn't there a clip of that on Twitter? Petroleum jelly and oil plus water is a good trick. Ooh, that would work. Your hair is actually weak when it's wet? Wait, so what do you want to... Weaker? It's weaker when it's wet? So wait, what do you have to do because of that? Like, what's the... How do I use that news? How do I make that into news I can use? It's wet. It's weaker when it's wet. So do I have to be careful with it in the shower? Sometimes you go to bully your hair. It's fucked up, but it's true. I don't know. Not if it's weaker in the shower. Better to oh, I see. So rather than actually bringing a brush or comb into the shower, it's better to pre-brush before showering. But like that's the moment in which it's most tangled. That's the most difficult moment. Sometimes, chat, like, my conditioner or this time I used like a treatment. Wait, I almost want to get this for you and show you what I'm talking about. Should I? I'll be right back. course I left my brush over there. Be careful brushing through it, or snap, snap, break, break. Well, yeah, I don't know. I wonder if it's like weaker now that I've dyed it, right? Because I did lighten it considerably, and from everything I've heard, lightening your hair makes it weaker. But when I got it done, there was this like whole lack of communication, right? Where I was like massively surprised because this is not the color that I asked for. It's not the anything like, right? This is very different than what I asked for. But like, you know, I like it. And so like, it's kind of like when somebody's doing your hair, you know, you don't really see it until at least you don't have any idea what anything's going to look like until they take the dye out. And then once they take the dye out, you know, it's still wet. So you still don't totally know. So as they're like doing my hair, as they're taking the dye out and starting to dry it, I'm like looking at it and I'm like, wait a minute. It's not what I asked for, right? Because up until that point, when I had the dye in my hair, I was just making assumptions. Oh yeah, no, that's like red colored dye, but I'm sure that's actually just, you know, something else. That's debrasser or something, right? You know? But then once like, you know, it started to dry, I'm like looking at it being like, what the fuck did they do to me? But I'm kind of, I also like, actually, I kind of like that. And I was low key thinking about, you know, dyeing it this color before I decided on the blonde brunette thing that was actually what I asked for. I asked for like, you know, just to put like blonde highlights. But I don't know, somehow there's a miscommunication. So they felt bad, right? And I was trying to explain to them that like, it's not what I asked for. You didn't do what I asked for, but I kind of like it. And I was just, you know, it's that thing where you're looking at your hair and you're like, I don't know, actually this could be okay. So I'm kind of like making peace with it, or like, you know, like, right, it's surprising. And when I told them that, it just like somehow didn't get translated right. And they were like, oh, she's mad, she's upset, she doesn't like it. Here, let's what I think they even like took some of the red out because they thought I was upset that it was too red. I was just like, it's very red. It's very red. I did not expect this. But to like make peace with me, they gave me this stuff. It's a Chinese hydrating protein essence milk. Smooth and flowing, supple and bright. Prevent hair breakage. So I don't know. And this stuff is nice because like it does detangle my hair. Like it's super, I don't know. I looked on the back, like I can't tell, chat, because it doesn't say conditioner, right? So it's kind of like, do I use it in place of a conditioner? And I looked on the back and all it says is like, you wash your hair and then you put this stuff in, you work it through your hair. You really like work it in there really good. And then you rinse it out, right? Which is kind of what you do with a conditioner. And the first time I used it, I tried using it as like a shampoo first, then this, and then conditioner. But that didn't work as well as just using this stuff. And it ended up really good. The other thing they gave me was this. This is Luday Classic Perfume Hair Care Essence Oil, which I'm supposed to use with it too. And it's just like a clear oil. Oh my god, chat, I just realized this is my watch talk. Like this is the equivalent. Like I said, if for me it's hair talk, right? Instead of Ethan's watch talk. If it's slippery, it's a conditioner. Yeah, I mean, it must be then. It's very slippery. All I know is that if you use bleach blonde and nothing ever... I used to be bleach blonde and nothing ever my hair feel better than Olaplex. Expensive, but worth it. What is that? But yeah, chat, we've been covering the protests all week. and I don't know how I feel. Like, I thought I would give us, this is a break though. Should I give us a break? Should I cover something that's like more low stakes? Like, I feel like, you know, watching the false narrative of the protests take hold once again, just like it did 4 years ago, is not the most comforting thing in the world, right? Also, watching the world spin into chaos as and Israel become emboldened. That's the other thing that I think that's the scariest thing. The thing that people are underplaying, right? Everybody's afraid of, like, oh my God, what's Iran gonna do? Are they gonna, bomb the Saudi oil refineries? Are they gonna, set the world economy on fire, right? I'd be more afraid about Israel, honestly. I'm afraid of an emboldened Israel. It's a brand, Olaplex shampoo and conditioner. It's what I was for. Oh, I guess what I meant was, what's it like? But yeah, it's really depressing too, chat, because like from what I've seen, the more serious stuff I cover, the more important stuff I cover, the lower my numbers go. And I don't know how much of that is, YouTube just disincentivizing controversial subject matter, and how much of that is just that the audience that I had really bonded with, like, you all, like, right, I can tell are not just here for the drama slop of it. So that's great. And we would always joke about the drama slop, and I never got from the feeling of that, of like, oh no, that's what we're here for though. We're here for, no, the drama slop. You're gonna give us the drama, you're gonna give us the slop. It is really easy content to do. It does kind of write itself, and there's a lot less planning that goes into that than setting up something like a news stream, for instance. And really made me question things, like, right, my my income has taken a hit, and being here in Thailand, that's like a whole new set of stakes. But it's what needs to be covered. It's what needs to be talked about. It's what people need to be thinking about. And if I've cultivated a community that is so unserious that they would rather just not, then I guess those people can fuck off forever. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. You're guilty of only watching the drama? Certainly you care about more than drama, Attack of the Hank. Even the Ethan Klein stuff, it's not, there's a drama aspect, there's a personality aspect to it, but the core of why we hate Ethan Klein is because he is a morally reprehensible person, not because he is a cringe lord. He is both of those things, right? But like, he can cringe, I don't care. I came for the slop. I stay for the banger takes and informative info. Being Australian, I see what goes on in the US affects us by proxy. True. There's a lot of bleed through of right-wing American ideals. Oh yeah, there is like a connection. Look, the right is more international than people realize, right? The right, the global right talks to each other, right? But also, particularly with Australia, yeah, there does seem to be some connection. I don't know, like, it's an interesting question, Rave, because when we think about the United States and Australia and the effect that they have on each other, the first thing that comes to mind is Fox News, right? That an Australian billionaire bought a United States network, made it successful, and then created a cable news channel that he entrusted to Roger Ailes, a former Nixon administration official who literally had an idea to create GOP TV. And this was finally his chance to do it. It feels like everything news and everyone around me today are off and rude. Wait, feels like everything news and everyone around me are often rude. You mean it feels like the news is bad and people are being super meanie butts? I hope I understand what you're saying, 40 blocks under. Is it a super meanie butt issue though? I have experience dealing with super meanie butts. But yeah, that's what I think. I think of the effect of, I guess, Australia, or at least one Australian, on the U.S. Politics. But yeah, you're right. It does kind of go both ways. It is Friday the 13th for you, all right? And you're lucky you're watching my stream, chat, because for me it's Saturday the 14th. So I've already made it through Friday the 13th, and I'm okay. So if you're watching me, you know what I'm saying? Like any of that bad news, any of those bad vibes maybe of Friday the 13th, which, like, honestly, chat, I feel like I've only had one Friday the 13th where fucked up shit happened. That's only happened to me once, right? Yeah, it was really fucked up. It was a really bad Friday the 13th. But every other Friday the 13th I've experienced in my life, like, literally nothing bad has happened. Like, I've only had it happen once where I'm like, Friday the 13th is real, right? And every other Friday the 13th has been just another day. Just like holidays, chat. I think holidays are so weird, right? Because, like, look, I mean, I sometimes like holidays, but the idea that, like, today is special because it is Arbor Day. Well, nobody really says that about Arbor Day. Today is special because it is, I don't know, Christmas or something like that. And then you're just like, oh, because Jesus was born this day? Well, no, Jesus probably wasn't born this day, but we celebrate his birth on this day. So it's just another day in which you're celebrating your part of your religion, right? Essentially. And then Easter is not even the same day. Thanksgiving is not even the same day. Like, what's up with that? How are you supposed to feel special about a holiday that can't even maintain the same date year after year? How are you supposed to feel like, oh, magical day to eat turkey? Let me eat turkey on this day, not on the day before, not on the day before, but definitely on the day after. I forgot leftovers are a thing. I usually kind of celebrate. I don't know why. I like to watch scary movies on Friday the 13th. What is the deal with that? Yeah. I also have to take breaks for my own mental health, even when it's being covered well. And wait, I think I missed one of your chats. No? I feel like some people need a break from what they see every day. So when you cover the news seriously, it can be depressing. It's not you. They just enjoy your perspective. But dark subjects just take my axe. I don't know. Also, Kick and QAnon are of Australian. Kick? Wait, is Stake.com Australian? Can I just say I appreciate that you are the only person who gets into the nitty-gritty drama I could find who is not a slur sayer or a weirdo. So I love that you do that, but I would love to see more. Look, I mean, okay, look, let me just full disclosure, okay? As judgmental as I might have come off a second ago, all right? I do appreciate an escape. And sometimes the Ethan Klein content serves as that, even though there is definitely a serious point there. And, like, it's not as much of me covering Ethan, it's me covering a topic that YouTube would never let me get away with covering. Noah Samson has made this comment too, right? YouTube, the algorithm does not care. Oh, Israel, Palestine, or some kids dying. Oh, that's so sad. Here's your 300 views for that, right? And then you're like, Ethan Klein. And the algorithms like treats you completely different. And you're like, wow, I'm getting to talk about the same stuff. I'm bringing attention to, things that are really fucked up with the world. And I'm getting views. And it's all because I'm covering it from the angle of Ethan Klein. The other thing that I'll say about this is, chat, there was a time, I think it was right. Let's see. When I was on stream while the election was going on, I didn't show it, but I was scared. I was going through in my mind what I had told myself, which was that if Donald Trump wins, considering everything that he said, considering what's in that Project 2025 plan, considering everything we know about him, considering how things are going to go this time, I am not going to stay in this country. And I did not yet have a firm plan of how to. I didn't think it was realistic to leave. I thought it was going to be this huge. It was a huge project, but yeah. So I kind of, I kept it as professional as I could, because I know that the last thing that, people watching the election through me want to see is me have some kind of breakdown. Obviously, if there's any right wingers in the chat, they love to see that shit. They live for that kind of shit. Right. So I don't want to give them that breakdown, and I don't want to make this harder to deal with for anybody, that's watching the election through me. But internally, I was having a tough time. Just going through a lot of contingencies in my mind, right? And then I remember another time that I was covering, I think it was a chainsaw thing. I was covering Elon and the chainsaw thing, and there was the interview that he did, when he met Melee and he got the chainsaw and all that, and he was like blasted out of his mind on drugs, right? And like, as I'm doing it, I'm like making jokes about him, but I'm kind of thinking, this guy is really powerful now. Like, he's the richest man in the world, and he's got the ear of the president. And he's getting invited into the White House to do some kind of meme magic on the on all of our data, apparently, right? He put his sweaty big balls on our data, and now our data is balls flavored, which is not a great flavor for data. I don't know how you like your data, but I would prefer my data not to taste like sweaty balls. But even as I'm like making jokes about this like ass clown, Elon Musk, like, I'm thinking, this is serious. This is serious. And I always try to, when I cover Trump, I try to take the piss out on him, right? Taking him too seriously and presenting him, presenting like it I think that was a mistake from the Democrats, right? I think them concentrating on, we've got to save democracy from Donald Trump. I don't think that worked at all. I think what does work is calling them fucking weirdos, because they are weirdos. All right, you got to take the air out of their balloon if you're gonna beat them. But at the same time, the fear is real, the danger is real, and I don't think anybody denies that now. I think people are starting to come to terms with that. People on the left, for sure, even the people that were like, oh, like, we've already had 4 years of him. What's the word? I mean, it's bad, but you don't need to move out of the country. Oh, yes, I fucking did. Oh, yes, I fucking did. That was the best move I've ever made, chat. And it was a horrible move, too, because I had to leave, like, all my stuff behind. Murdoch is a blight on media. I do watch your serious streams sometimes, but when I think about the stream, I more often skip the stream. I more often click. There's definitely a drama trend. But I mean, so what I'm trying to say, chat, is that part of the reason why, I covered, the reasons that I covered the Ethan thing for as long as I did was, one, there was that much content. And I kid you not. Right, there is probably, I don't know, 50 to 100 hours of Ethan Klein that I could have reacted to that I did not react to, right? That's how much content. And it was this whole, Ethan says this and now Hassan says this. And if I want to cover the whole thing, it's like a lot of stream time, right? So, there was that. There's like a reason to kind of stick to that, right? There's a narrative that I'm trying to, conclude, right? I want to give you the conclusion. I want to give you the story and everything. But there was also the fact that every time I even thought about talking about Donald Trump, I got scared. And I guess I'm less scared now that I'm out of the country, but I'm still scared. I know the long arm of the, fascist state can reach overseas. And I can imagine exactly, what kind of situation that they would subject a person like myself to. And that shit is scary, and that shit is serious. So I do actually understand, I do understand, those of you who are like, not about the drama, or like not about the, not about the serious stuff for whatever reason, right? But I would caution you to try to do the best that you can not to check out, right? I watch the stream going to bed and it helps me go to sleep. Thanks. Okay. Well, I mean, I'm glad that I can do that. I'm afraid that some of the most recent streams I've been going over, it's kind of disturbing shit, especially if you're somebody that like has it in their mind that there is a normal that you can get back to. Does anybody still feel like that? Does anybody feel like, 2017 to currently is like an aberration, and that like there's some kind of 2016 world that we could get back to, like get back to the ordinary world? Does anybody still feel like that, or feel like the other big break was 2020 and the lockdown and everything, and things have really not felt the same since then? Wait, she's in the past yet also in the future? Wait, how am I in the past? My friends used to get together on National Bean Day just for a reason to celebrate. There's a National Bean Day? I love beans. I need to eat more beans. That's the one thing I haven't been eating enough, chat. They just arrested somebody for distributing masks at the LA Ice Out protest. God damn it. We got to cover that. We've got to cover that. But chat, if there's anything that I learned from yesterday, it is to cover first the topic on the thumbnail. That is a mistake that I made yesterday, and that is a reason that many of you will not see very good content. Many of you missed that content because you got bounced by the news or whatever. I don't know. You got scared by the news. But we did end up covering the drama slop creators that are supporting Trump's ICE agenda, essentially, if not his agenda, then his narratives, right? We covered Destiny, we covered TYT, and we covered Ezra Klein and his abundance movement, and just how fucking I was amazed. Hats off to Kyle, all right, for that video that we watched yesterday in terms of connecting, which I never would have done, connecting the votes in the House for the Thank You ICE bill to the abundance speakers list. Yes, everyone on the speakers list for Abundance Con. Oh shit. That would be something fun to cover, actually. Do you know there's an Abundance Con? There's an Abundance Dash Con, an Abundance Fire Festival, if you will. And it's more cringe than you can imagine. I never asked how you got a visa. Oh, wait. So Thailand, you get well, they've changed it now. As long as you fill out your TDAC, right, which you should probably you can fill it out ahead of time, right? But they give you a stamp that gives you, if you're an American, 60 days. It's like an automatic tourist visa. I don't even know if it's officially a visa, right? But that was how I got the visa to just, come here. If you mean my passport, I had to take a real hit on that one, chat. I had to let the Trump administration manipulate my gender on the passport card, right? You know, like in order to, I couldn't have gotten one otherwise. If I had tried to insist on my visa correctly reflecting who I was, I would not have gotten a visa and probably would have been on some list somewhere. But yeah, as far as the visa, right, the real visa that I'm going for is an educational visa. And I'm actually crowdsourcing the funding for that through Throne. We're, I think like 70% through, like, we've got 70% of the visa funded. I still have a little bit more to fund. It's over there, throne.com/nocommentchick. If you want to help me out with that, I'm going for an educational visa, not just to, like, you know, have a way to stay here, but really because I'm super interested in the Thai language and the Thai culture, and actually, you know, living here and being able to talk to normal people, right, would be huge. Read signs, you know, like read books, you know, I just want to be able to understand the Thai language really bad. So yeah, that's something I'm actually really interested in, and I'm going to be spending a year starting in, oh my god, chat, it's so complicated though. It's so complicated. I'm gonna have to leave. I'm gonna have to come back. And then at the end of my second, you know, tourist visa, that's when I'll leave again, and I'll apply at the Thai embassy in Vietnam to get an educational visa, right? And like, I don't know, that's gonna be holding my breath for that one. I'm pretty sure I'll get it, but yeah, that's the visa that I'm going for. I like to keep my data safe and sound on the Enterprise. Wait, you say ear, I say bussy. Wait, what the fuck is chat on about? During your coverage of the election, I was in mental health rehab facility, so terrified about everything. Your coverage made me feel okay. Yeah, I mean, I know my job, and I'm good at it, and I like covering politics. It's just that it's such a, YouTube makes it so hard, and the whole thing is I've got so much writing on it now, chat. It's not the kind of thing where, you know, okay, well, that's cool. Like, you know, I'm not making enough money, so I guess I'll get, you know, a job. I don't know, I'll get a job teaching people kickboxing. I literally can't get a job here, right? I would need a work visa and a work permit to do that. And if I did get a job here, I would get paid a fraction of, you know, what, you know, like the, like the cost of living is lower here, so is the pay rate. The pay rate is way lower, right? So it's kind of like everything's riding on this, and you know, whether I survive and am able to stay here and am able to take care of myself is dependent on the numbers, right? And that's a tough thing that's a tough realization to come to, especially when it's summer, numbers are normally kind of lower, and we're also, you know, switching gears in terms of what I'm covering. That's going to make the numbers go lower. Maybe YouTube hates my channel for having covered protests. There's no real way to know that. I mean, you know, what is this? Oh my God. I gifted a New York Times article, YouTube loosens rules guiding the moderation of videos. Oh, interesting. We love seeing your face, but do you think maybe wearing something over part of your face? Wait, what? Or using an avatar will make you feel safer? I'm not sure what you mean, Narwhal. 2016 was when things changed for me, yeah. I watch the stream when I go to bed. I usually fall asleep halfway through. It's okay because I can watch what I missed the next day. True. Yeah, Voguing. The liberals have shown their ass to too many people. Normies, no, they don't give a fuck. This is the whole thing, chat. This is going to be a difficulty. I think Narwhal's right. And I think that there is going to be a need either for a new party or maybe a sub-brand within the Democratic Party. You know how the Squad functioned as a sub-brand? It's a different kind of Democrat, right? If there's going to be, you know, politicians that gain the trust of the public, they're going to have to do it by contrasting themselves with the Democratic Party leadership and establishment. I used to feel that way, but now I'm convinced this will be the normal. Not at all, not to be all doomery. Abundance or, yeah, landlord bros. Wait, is landlord bro a thing like a passport bro? Is there like a movement of like people? Because there are a lot of guys out there, like it is part of the manosphere to try to figure out passive income strategies. And yeah, being a landlord doesn't get much more passive than that. There's a visa waiver system for the US like that. It's ESTA. That's what I used. Reaganomics was the Matrix. It would look like... Wait, was in the Matrix, it would look like abundance? Okay. Yeah, the Thai language has the prettiest script of all of any language. There's a lot of beautiful languages out there. I don't want to say Thai is the most beautiful, but I do think it's very, very beautiful. Wait, how far behind? I am not. Wait, you just said I'm far behind. You said you're scared of talking about Trump on stream sometimes. Oh, yeah. I see what you're saying. Well, yeah, if it was an issue of, you know, wanting to preserve anonymity, I mean, that's somewhat, by the fact that I use my name, that's somewhat like already, you know, that horse has left the stable, to use Voshian terminology. So I can't, you know, like AB used to do. AB used to wear like a mask. I'm trying to think who else. Ugopnik wears a mask. You can be like a faceless streamer and just not have a camera at all, or you can have an avatar, or you can have a VTuber, many such things. But yeah, it's a little late for that in terms of trying to maintain anonymity. But yeah, no, the real issue that makes me scared talking about Trump, talking about politics, is that when I talk about it, I take the implications seriously. I don't compartmentalize. I don't, you know, I can't disassociate my own, like, my own, like, fear of bad things happening from the very bad thing, the very bad things happening in our politics, right? And, you know, it's probably because I owe a lot of money in student debt. There's a number of, you know, parts of my identity that would be, you know, would make me an enemy of the Trump administration. Boris from Life is Boris, keeping his face hidden really paid off when he fled Russia. But yeah, does that make sense? The fear that I have is, you know, fear for the future, fear for the implications of the politics, which are pretty far reaching, you know, to the point where, you know, even like obviously getting out of the United States is great. Obtaining, you know, something like a dual citizenship would be even better. Like living in a country that maybe has a realistic diplomatic approach to the United States that sees the United States for what it is and would, you know, protect me if it came down to it, would be better, right? But nothing is gonna keep me safe from Trump. He is the leader of the largest country in the world. He is connected to the richest people in the world. And they've got bad plans for all of us. I hope that's not triggering anybody, because that's not what I'm trying to do. But that is the realism that I deal with every time I cover politics, and it's sometimes a little bit hard to take. There was a conspiracy that Hakeem and Second Thought was second, and wait, that Hakeem and Second Thought, that Hakeem was Second Thought? Because Hakeem never showed his face, and they have very similar speaking cadences despite very different first languages. Yeah, very different voices, but I mean, I guess, yeah. Wow, I didn't know about that. Now they're not. Identity enemy, you almost started dropping bars there. I mean, I think, chat, what scares them about me is that I somehow represent the enemy within. And I don't mean the enemy within their country. I mean the enemy within their own goddamn psyche. All right? I represent their shadow. And there's a power in that. It's easy to get dual citizenship in another country if you have a lot of money. That's my problem. Instead of having a lot of money, I owe a lot of money. Just completely different. It would be really cool if you could somehow put a, you know, in math, like when you put the brackets, right? And whatever's in the bracket, if it's negative, it turns positive. If only debt worked like that, you know, like just how much you owe, that turns into money and you get that money. There was okay. He used to wear a mask for the lulz, but it just ended up working out for him. Oh wait, were you talking about? Ugobnik? Oh no, Boris from Life of Boris. I just think that the US government isn't actually in charge and it won't affect me. That's how I compartmentalize while still living here. I also think of them not controlling New York. Yeah, and this whole LA thing is calling that into question, isn't it? Yeah, absolute value. That's what I need, chat. I need an absolute value. Right? Turn my liability into assets. Make it rain. I would be very, very wealthy. Yeah, call the bank and have them absolute value my debt. Yeah, call the loan holders. My sister's spending like $10,000s to get herself and my niece dual citizenship. Anyway, chat, I promised you Ethan Klein, and I got to give you some Ethan Klein. Even though we're at 6% here on the bonus skull, we do have bonus topics that... What? Oh, I'm looking at the wrong thing. God damn. I confused the fuck out of myself. I was looking at yesterday's poll for a second there. All right, so I should read this out anyway, just in case we do somehow get to 100 by the end of the stream. 70 of you voted so far. The poll is over on youtube.com, and the Palantir deep dive is in the lead. I haven't heard from anybody since only one person has donated so far, and nobody's mentioned which of these topics they want to see. But if you do donate and you have one of these topics that is near and dear to you, something that you desperately want to see me cover, feel free to let me know in the chat what topic it is, right? And when you donate, and I will add your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice, as always, right? As always. Palantir Deep Dive is in first place because we like serious stuff, I guess. FD Signifier interviews a protester. That should be an interesting topic. Is in second place. Elon's daughter on Hassan in third place. And does Elon have dirt on Trump is in 4th place. So that's how it's going right now. It only really matters if we hit 100% on this number right here that's at 6 right now. So we got a little ways to go before that possibly happens. And that's what would get me to stay on a little longer and make this not such a short stream and cover one of these topics, right? And again, here they are. They've all got 0 by them because nobody's told me shit yet as far as what you want to see. You can go ahead and vote for that on youtube.com. That's one way you can affect it. The other way you can affect it is when you donate, you can let me know which of these things. And that's whenever you do a super chat, a super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, which seems to be going out of fashion, but I don't know, maybe it's because of the butterfly goal. Oh, I haven't put up a butterfly goal for today, chat. Should I? Is it worth it? Anyway, or if you support me on Throne, right now I'm crowdfunding my Thai visa, which we're at, I don't know, 70% of being able to pay for that thing. It got pushed off a little bit, so, you know, I went ahead and paid the deposit on it, but I won't have to pay the whole thing for a little while here. But yeah, I am trying to crowdfund that, so that also makes this number go up. That also lets you put your money where your mouth is and add your donation to those the topic of your choice, or if you sign up for Patreon, or if you support me on Twitch, which Twitch has really been coming through lately.
Super chatted $5. Planting seeds for trees I will never sit in the shade of. FD signifier, please.
Oh, I want you to sit in the shade, though. I don't know why that made me sad. It's like a I mean, it's like a it's a, what do you call it? Like a thing that you say all the time. What is that called? Oh my god, chat, what is the word for the thing that you say all the time? Thing that you say all the time. What is it called? Cliche. Yeah, it's a little bit of a cliche, right? The whole thing about I really don't know why that cliche makes me sad.
It's now or it's never, and I got to make my decision. This time it could be my
No, I was literally just looking for the word cliche. Also, thank you, Attack of the Hank, for that insane set of gift memberships. Oh my god. Pop out, chat. What do I have to do? I don't know why that.
I'm keeping the balance, but I'm standing on razor's edge now. Move quick on my life.
Like, it's just a thing that you say, right? Planting seeds for trees I will never sit in the shade of.
Don't ask why I'm ready, but I'm ready to strike him down now. A chance at a new start.
It's an idiom? Wait, an idiom's different, right? Yeah, so an idiom is like, I'm trying to think of a... Oh my god, how am I having trouble explaining idioms? But yeah, no, thank you, Attack of the Hank. That's like some serious, memberships. That's a lot of weasels. That's a lot of weasels, I do believe. No, like, it's embarrassing to like just like randomly cry.
My world of conflict, one goal is what keeps me going. Take back what I lost to the bosses of greed and fear.
Yeah, break the ice is an idiom? For those who come after? Yeah, that's kind of like what it means, right?
to start is constant.
No, I'm pretty sure it's a cliche. I was just saying it's just a cliche, right? That it's like not meant to be like, you know, you say it and you like ponder it deeply and you be like planting trees for.
When the hope of new beginnings burned out,
It's definitely a cliche.
now we need it.
That's what I was trying to say about it. I mean, maybe it's also, I don't think it's an idiom. It's a saying. Idiom, like idiomatic, is like,
Creating rivers in the desert.
using, containing, or denoting expressions that are natural to a native speaker. Distinctive idiomatic dialogue. Appropriate to the style of art or music. Okay, so it's according to the idiom of art or music. An idiom itself.
And green. A place to
A group of words that have meaning. Oh, yeah. So an idiom is like raining cats and dogs. Like when you say raining cats and dogs, you don't literally mean that there's cats and dogs falling from the sky. You're just saying it's raining really hard. And you know, if somebody wasn't a native English speaker and hadn't heard that phrase before, they might be confused. They might be like, wait, raining cats and dogs? Seriously? Do I need to get a bigger umbrella? Do I need to get a softer umbrella to catch the cats and dogs? Maybe I could adopt. I don't know, like, right, you know, but then you have to explain, no, it's not really raining cats and dogs. It's just raining very hard. And when it's raining very hard, in this culture, we say raining cats and dogs, but we really just mean it's raining very hard. Anyway, chat, I feel like I'm over-explaining something very simple. That I almost never cry unless it's because of biological cause that makes my eyes water, like having a stuffy nose. Figure of speech? I don't know if it's a figure of speech. Like, I mean, you can say that literally, like, right? You could literally be planting, you know, a tree that will take, you know, 100 years to grow, and you're 20 years old. You don't expect to live to 120, right? That's a tree that you plant that you're not going to sit under the shade of it. But it is, yeah, I guess it is an expression in that we mean like doing something now that will have a result in the future that you yourself aren't going to experience or particularly, like, I don't know, benefit from. That's what's making me cry. I don't know why. I almost never cry, but I could make myself cry easily if I think about the suffering of dogs or other animals. Oh my god. Alright, I gotta get my shit together and then cover this Ethan Klein thing. Cover this ridiculous, like, take that he felt it necessary to share with the world, when really the world would, like, as much as I complain, chat, about people walking around with their head up their ass, I feel like maybe Ethan should stick his head up his ass and just, like, keep his takes to himself, right? He can shout the takes into the void of his ass, right? And spare us all having to listen to them. That's what I would wish for Ethan Klein, right? Idiom means it's derived from a group of words. It's not implied by the meaning of the individual word. Yeah. We're nerdy as fuck. We dove right into that, didn't we? There was a guy on Pierce Morgan earlier this week talking about what it meant to be a man. And he mentioned how Elon didn't spend his money planting trees that provide shades that... Oh, yeah. Wait. I think they were talking about Bill Gates, right? Bill Gates just donated, I guess, like the rest of his fortune to... I think he was trying to donate to things that are being deprived of money because of the I think it was things that like charitable causes that were losing out because of the USAID cuts. I think that's what it was. And the fact that Elon on one hand, yeah, and Bill Gates kind of called him out for it too. He said something like that it's not a good look for the richest man in the world to be taking money, taking food out of the mouth of starving children. And that's literally what he thought. That's literally what Elon did. Like, those cuts didn't do much in terms of savings, didn't do much in terms of you know, making the United States' finances more sound, but they did a lot in terms of hurting people that have been hurt enough. But yeah, I think that's what the guy on Piers Morgan was talking about. I'm a crier. Literally every emotion makes me tear up. It's a real truth of our time. Talking about planting seeds for trees you will never sit under the shade of. That's like the kind of the thing an old guy in an anime will say if he's like a mentor. Well, it's like a Moses thing. Like, that's Moses, right? That's Moses. Dude, like, he leads the people to the promised land that he knows he'll never see. It's that kind of thing. Is it the new meds in Thailand, possibly? I don't know. I mean, that is a stereotypical thing that people say about estrogen, but it's not entirely untrue. And especially if your levels are, you know, changing. I would watch his show again if it became a circus act where literally stuck his head up his ass. That would be great. Okay, chat. I don't know what's wrong with me. Yeah, it's probably something. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. If something makes you cry, if something, you know, affects you, it's good to look into you know, why that is, because you've got there's a whole domain of our minds that we don't really acknowledge, right? There's a lot of stuff going on the unconscious level, and you know, you don't really just cry for no reason at all. There's something there. There's something going on, and you know, figuring out what that is can be really rewarding. That's why I try not to avoid things just because they make me cry. That movie, A Troll in Central Park, makes me cry. Oh, I've never seen that. They talked about it on Sam Cedar this morning, which is why the shade phrase was in my head. Oh, they talked about that particular. Yeah, I mean, that's what I meant. It's something that Sam Cedar would say. And when somebody said it's something an old man says, I think that was general public. Sam's kind of in that time of his life, right? He is a mentor. He's, you know, a mentor to the rest of the MR crew, and in some ways to the MR audience. They talked about that. Yeah. There's a power in the ability to cry. I'm on my BPD journey. For a second, I thought you were going to say PBD. I thought you were going to be like, I was watching the PBD show and he said that you should cry. Or I was going, that's unexpected from PBD. I would think that he would say you should be a man and not show your emotions, because I can't do PBD. I don't know why I think I could do the guy's voice, but I can't, obviously. That's what I think he talks like. It's like, I'm Patrick Bet David. Okay, not even close. And the guy has a distinctive voice too, so yeah. Look, I'll leave that to people who can actually do impressions. Allowing myself to feel emotions has been one of the most difficult and confronting experiences. I was numb for so long. Crying is freedom. Yeah, I mean, I'd rather, you know, cry than you know, not feel emotions at all, for sure. And yet usually, like, I don't know, usually there's something there. Like, it's something worth looking into, why I feel like that. It's hard seeing what we see in the world that so many others do not see, and having to exist in it is with very little control. Yeah. Bill Gates called Elon Musk the world's richest man, starving the world's poorest children. Hit the nail on the head with that. Yeah, I mean, he was absolutely right. I mean, Bill Gates, you know. Bill Gates is definitely not my favorite dude, but he's not wrong on that. His critique for Elon is spot on. This happened to you before? Sometimes I feel like crying. It always reminds me of that scene from Spirited Away where like Haku gives Chihiro the food and it's like a rice ball or something and she eats it and she just starts crying. Sometimes I feel like crying, almost cry, but I have some kind of psychological barrier that usually prevents it. I think it's... Oh yeah, I mean there's a lot of, you know, social conditioning that could have. Paul Bet Davidson. Wait, who said that? Was it Sam Cedar that can't say his name right? I just probably need some water. Wait. Yeah. If the food made Chihiro cry, then that means the water will make Irene stop crying. That's how it works. We learn things from watching anime. We squeeze the lime into the drink, watch the bubbles, and stop crying. It's easy. I posted the Majority Report clip in the Discord with the guy who mentions the shade tree. Nice. Was there some clip that we were supposed to watch before we got started today? I feel like it was something on somebody mentioned a clip that I think is on Twitter. That scene always makes me cry. Stop stunlocking the streamer with your empathy. I'm gonna be okay, Chad. I drank the sparkling water, and I think that's the secret. I think I hacked it, right? If Chihiro starts crying from eating a big old rice ball, then I can stop crying by drinking sparkling water. The logic is sound. Okay, so Mark Gold has a final answer for us. Oh, Steiny, thank you. Let's start off with Steiny. I am so sorry, chat. I am ridiculous, okay? And yeah. I guess the medication is working. Let's take a look at this. All right. Ethan Klein, Steiny. I saw this clip that people were talking about. But before we do, I have to thank my Patreon, because there's an order of operations that I go in. Also, wait a minute. No, I got to do the order of operations. So thank you, Big Al Cake Mix, for the planting seeds for trees. Please don't feel bad about the fact that I cried after I saw your super chat. It's nothing that you did. You didn't do anything wrong. It's just a me thing. I'm adjusting to being on estrogen after going out without for a long time. So that's all right. And also thank you to Attack of the Hank for... Wait a minute, did I even fix this part? Oh my god. Let's make this stream work. Okay, there we go. We'll do that. And then thank you for the super chat right there. And thank you to Attack of the Hank for the 20 gift memberships. Let me read those off. M, you just got weaseled. Leslie Selorm Afewu. Please let me know if I mispronounced your name. But you got weaseled. Van Wolf, I think is how I pronounce it. You just got weaseled. Mr. Benji, you just got weaseled. Lemon Wizard, you just got weaseled. Nikibi. I'm sorry, the sparkling water is making me burp now. Nikibi, you're gonna deal with all of my bodily functions today, Chad. No, just kidding, not really. Nikibi, you just got weaseled. Kyle M, you just got weaseled. All of my emotions, though, you will deal with that, right? Angie and Aaron Cannon, you just got weaseled. Wow, we've never had like a person who it's like your YouTube account is like 2 people. That's actually pretty cool. But you just got weaseled. Both of you just got weaseled. Philip Leonard, you just got weaseled. Squidward Q Sagan, you just got weaseled. Ember Pines, you just got weaseled. Jess B, you just got weaseled. Leo, you just got weaseled. Oh my god, Leo is the... No, it's not, chat. Aw. I was drinking Leo sparkling water earlier, but now it's Lion sparkling water. This is Lion in Thai. That's how you say lion. So it's kind of like Leo. Pump Kiono, you just got weaseled. Michael Evans, you just got weaseled. Eli So Crazy, you just got weaseled. BCat K, you just got weaseled. Wait, you can get weaseled? Wait, wasn't that a problem for a while? That nobody could... Somehow BCat K couldn't receive gift memberships or something? Jamie Beck, maybe I'm thinking of somebody else. Jamie Beck, you just got weaseled. My sister's voice, you just got weaseled. Schooly Mom, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. That's a great thing. Mark Gold says, love the new hair color. Let's put a butterfly clip in it. Wait. Oh my god, Chad, I didn't set up the goal yet. Let's make the goal easy today, okay? I don't know. Oh no, I have to. It's not going to be easy. But yeah, thank you for the super chat. Definitely free Palestine and Vox Populi. I heard you loud and clear there. So that's what you do, chat. If you want to affect the poll, when you donate, you feel free to let me know which one of these topics you want to see. Vox Populi just means what you're supporting is the vote, right? You want to re-emphasize the vote, and you want to de-emphasize the donation. So if you feel like there's too much money in politics in the bonus content poll, then there you go. Vox Populi is your thing. I can't be weaseled, but that's because I'm a brand account, not at a Oh wait, maybe I can't be. I might be a brand account too. I'm not even sure. Going without estrogen sounds bad. A lot of my favorite people have a lot of estrogen. Yeah, I just need extra for some reason, for whatever reason. All right, so I read off the gifted memberships. Let me now thank my Patreons. Because like I said, Patreons are awesome in that you're donating to me off platform, and given how easily these platforms can be taken away from us, that means a lot to me actually. And I appreciate it. You also get your name read out every at the beginning and the ending of every stream if you donate to my Patreon at the $5 level or higher. So shouts out to Oral Ellipsis, shouts out to Temporal Insanity, shouts out to Steven Sayers, shouts out to Funky Monkey, shouts out to Sarah, shouts out to Nadia Yvette, shouts out to Moinoip, shouts out to Crystal Saphira, shouts out to Jules K, shouts out to Izzy Mandius, shouts out to Infallible Fowl, shouts out to Hot Ham Radio, shouts out to Good for Gabby, shouts out to Buffy Geek, shouts out to Animus, and a fancy shout out to Zera Xerix, to Rachel K, and to Omega Star. With that, chat, let us make haste. And who is Steiny? You're about to find out. You're about to meet Steiny, all right? I hope you're ready for this. That's Steiny. The dude with the backwards hat, that's Steiny.
He's friends with the ops.
Who?
What?
Who the fuck is friends with the ops? You talking about
I'm
the song,
with
Mr.
you.
My Best Friend?
So, Steiny and Bradley Martin who's sitting next to Ethan there, are part of a podcast called the Nelk Boys. They are podcast bros, actual podcast bros. When we say podcast bros, we mean apolitical, but somehow Trump coded. The Nelk Boys are that. Bradley Martin and Steiny, they're Trump supporters. They're also friends of both Ethan and Hassan somehow, right? And so Ethan had these guys on. Since they're friends with Ethan and Hassan, they kind of have to step on eggshells when they're talking to Ethan, because he's, obviously he wants them to not be friends with Hassan. So yeah, he brought them on the other day.
I rock with you, bro.
But you're so fake.
Yeah,
How am I fake?
You're so fake.
He is.
How am I fake, bro?
Because you had him on and glazed him up for an hour, Mister.
He's actually a nice guy.
He is
I'm
a nice
sure he
guy.
is.
He's a cool
Yeah,
guy.
I'm sure fucking Hitler, if you catch him on
They're talking about Hassan, chat.
the right day, is a nice that share some tea with.
Dude,
Because you're Jewish.
You guys are like a
you're
gay
white.
couple getting divorced. You know what I'm saying? Like, they love each other so much, but there's so much
You know, I
animosity.
just think it's so funny that you talk when in private. Stein's always like,
This
"It's
is
so
bullshit.
important what you're doing about anti-Semitism. I
Prove
wish
it.
I had the balls to do what you do." I don't even deny it. And then he sits down with Hassan. He sits down with fucking
I
Sneak.
wish I had the balls to say Israel has the right to defend itself. I wish I had the balls to say, do you condemn Hamas? I wish I had the balls to get people banned over a fucking hummus tier list, right? I wish I had that's some real balls there. Anyway.
Okay, what have you done for the Jewish
Did they just randomly show two guys kissing? Is that the
people exactly? Other than throw us under the bus collectively.
Been to Israel.
Yeah, exactly.
Sign the scroll.
I hope at least that was stock art, right? I hope that at least that was, something that somebody like signed up and got paid for. Like, yes, we're going to kiss. You can take a picture of it and use it for stock art of gay love or gay romance or whatever you want. Just please don't be a chud and use it for like, this is evil. These guys are going to hell. Okay, please, if you would, I would prefer you to where it's
Exactly.
they just literally flashed a picture of two guys kissing on screen. How random is that? Chat, they better not have just found that from Google. Like typed in guys kissing and just like the first picture that comes up and you're like, yeah. When Steiny says that Ethan and Hassan are like a gay couple breaking up, right?
Nice guy.
He's a cool
Yeah,
guy.
I'm sure fucking Hitler, if you catch him on the right day, is a nice that share some tea with.
Dude,
Because you're Jewish.
You guys are like a
You're
gay
white.
couple getting divorced. You know what I'm saying? Like, they love each other so much, but there's so much
You know, I
animosity.
just think it's
Is that specific to gay couples? Like, right? That's not a gay thing that it's hard to get a divorce because you love each other, you have memories and you feel a certain way? No, I think that's an everybody thing.
that you talk when in private. Stein's always like,
This
"It's
is
so
bullshit.
important what you're doing about anti-Semitism.
Prove
I wish
it.
I had the balls to do what you do." I don't even deny it. And then he sits down with Hassan. He sits down with fucking Sneeko. Okay,
Who is kissing? I can't tell, Chad. They're not celebrities, right? Can we only watch on Twitter? No, we're gonna watch the show from today on YouTube. I just know that this clip was on Twitter. Somebody mentioned it in chat and was asking if I've reacted to it yet, and I knew exactly what they were talking about, so I just found it really quick. Nanto Naku, thank you for following me on Twitch. Do you see the picture though? Is that like, I think it's Gary V and his dad smooching. Wait, what's the story with that? I've heard of Gary V, but I don't really know who he is. That kissing is a son and a father? Wait, but like as a joke or like as a real, like a fatherly son, like type of, no, it can't be, right? It's some crypto guy kissing or the type kissing his dad. There's a whole backstory to this. Okay, it's H3 lore. It's H3 lore. All right. If anybody wants to explain more about it, I'll listen. I don't want to get hung up on it. But we'll just leave it at that. It's H3 lore. They have a lot of lore. Like they've done a lot of shows. They remember things that happen on the shows. They do callbacks, right? It's callback humor. Is it Tom Brady? Oh no, Tom Brady, I think, kissed his son, or wait, what was the deal? His son was like really young or something, and people were like disturbed by it, right? Is that the deflator guy? Is Tom Brady the deflator guy? Gary Vee is OG internet grifter and self-help guru? It's like saying gay wedding as if it's not a wedding, right? Right? Anyway, Steiny's just like that, right? Bradley and Steiny, they just got a little bit of that homophobic dog in them. Italian father and son. Gary Vee is like a PBD. Okay. So an MLM guy, maybe. Bradley deflated his son. No.
What have you done for the Jewish people exactly?
I don't even remember the Brady thing. He deflated his balls. No. My God. Chat, I'm going through all the emotions today, and the humor one I'm really liking. You're right about the kissing and the deflator for Tom Brady. I just don't remember the whole thing with his son. I'm not a football fan. I heard about that like after the fact. He's a real piece of work, straight up transphobe, misogynist, and occasionally racist. No grazie.
Other than throw us under the bus collectively.
Been to Israel.
Yeah, exactly.
Sign the scroll.
Exactly.
How to bar mitzvah.
Break, bro.
I've never kissed either of my parents on the mouth. I remember being a really little kid, and that's how you kissed your parents. I mean, not like an embrace or something, right? But you would just like, they would be like, they would be, like, you want to kiss, and they would kiss you on the head or something, or like I feel like when I was like a really little kid, like my parents would kiss me on the mouth, and it wasn't gross. They weren't like abusing me or anything like that. It was somehow normal. It was normal when I was a very, very tiny child.
You code switch.
Tequila habda, huh?
That's it. You code switch.
What do you mean?
Yeah, you take off the talit and you put on the fucking.
Oh, I do not play both sides.
What do you put on?
I rock with both you guys.
you put on the.
Just so you know,
SS.
Brad, you know I'm a loyal guy. Hey, if you hit me tomorrow and you said don't talk to that guy again, I wouldn't talk to him.
Yeah, but I'm not going to say that.
Yeah, that would be lame.
Tom Brady should change his name to his French writer's name, Ballsack.
No.
Yeah,
it'd be lame, but I'm just.
You kiss your parents on when I was a little older, yeah. But there was some time where I think they'd kiss me on the mouth, like, right? Like, just to be like I think when I was like really little, I don't know if it's like a cultural thing, if it's just like the part of the country I grew up in. I don't even know. I never really thought about it, but yeah, obviously, when you get a little older, maybe you kiss your parents on the cheek, or maybe they kiss you on the forehead, right? But then when you get to like 12, they try to do that shit, and you're like, get the fuck out of here. No, you're not. No, you are. Get away. Go away, cringe parents. Right? When you get to like 12, you're like, all right, mom and dad, cut that shit out. No more of that, okay?
Saying
your parents did too. Okay, so I'm not totally weird. I felt weird. I was like, wait a minute, did I get abused? Like, was something weird going on in my childhood? No, maybe it's normal. I don't know. Parents kiss their kid in the mouth in Indiana. No more secret kissing time. That's why we're all leftists. Oh my God. No tongue. Yes. No tongue kiss. God damn. No. God. My mom was not doing a Dalai Lama suck my tongue thing. No.
Showing my loyalty.
You're Jewish.
What I always wanted to ask you this.
You hear that? He's not mocking you.
Who said that?
You're Jewish.
Who said? Is he here?
Because you're Jewish.
The other thing that my parents would always do is like threaten to eat me. Like they would be like, "You're so cute. We're going to eat you up." And I'm like, like they just were constantly about eating their kids.
Yo, that soundbite's insane.
They never actually did it, chat. They never actually ate any of us, but they would always talk about it.
Oh, you think that's crazy?
Fuck?
If you think that's crazy, you should hear.
Is that?
Well, I always wanted to ask you because I asked Hassan on my pod, but like, how did you guys actually break up? Maybe this is just rehashing.
It's like a couple breakup, bro.
Yeah, maybe
it's not at all. No, I don't. Everybody knows the story. I talk about it a lot. After October 7th.
No, before that, because the show split before that.
No, after.
It did.
Yeah, he's pro-terrorism. He's basically a Hamas spokesperson in the West.
Okay, the funny thing about this is that Steiny and Bradley, they're kind of kidding. They're kind of taking the piss. But Ethan is dead ass serious. Dead fucking serious. The problem with Hassan is that he's a terrorist. He really loves terrorists. You know how like some people like a sports team, you might root for the Jets, you might root for the Mets, you might root for the New Jersey Nets. Well, Hassan, he roots for Hezbollah. He's like, yeah, Nasrallah. Go get it. We're about to see somebody root for a terrorist, but it's not going to be Hassan, chat. It's going to be Ethan that's rooting for terrorists today.
I'm not even exaggerating. That's the guy who you're.
I honestly don't watch
whitewashing.
it. I don't watch
Well,
his
you
streams.
probably should fucking vet people before you have them on your show. Because you're platforming someone who is like a virulent anti-Semite.
Wait, the Nets are no longer in New Jersey? Are they still a thing?
I hate when you say that because you literally, when I watch your stories, every single one is that guy. So you're no different. I'm going to tell you right now.
How am I no different?
Even if you're calling him out on his bullshit, you platform him daily, bro.
So he's like, you're a terrorist too. You're actually a terrorist too, Ethan. You platform a terrorist. Do you see what Steiny is saying? They are taking the piss so hard on Ethan. So hard, right? They're like, Ethan's like, well, you know, he's a terrorist supporter, right? You know, that's my problem. It's not like a silly thing. It's not a goofy thing. It's not a interpersonal thing. We didn't fall in love and fall out of love. I don't like him because he's a terrorist supporter. And then Steiny is like, well, you're pretty much the same thing. Aren't you platforming a terrorist supporter? And he's just fucking with him, right? You almost want to like these guys. I don't like these guys. I really have a hard time liking anyone who voted for Trump. So, yeah, he's a virulent anti-Semite. That's right, Sasha G. Anyway, speaking of the virulent anti-Semite, let's watch the H3 podcast and see some real anti-Semitism. Have Ethan tell us how to do anti-Semitism right. Oh God, I never even saw this. What is this? Oh my God, bad empanada. I can't not click. Now I'm curious.
Explicit death threats against Arab people. They try to do this in a subtle way.
I promise, chat, right after this.
It's very funny, by the way, because Ethan Klein is always like, bad empanada attacked Hila Kong in a video game. Something which never happened. She was never mentioned at all. However, the H3 podcast outright threatens people with death. Constantly. So the way that they do this is there was
wasn't Bradley Martin in a Tyler Perry Medea movie? I don't know. I haven't seen a Medea movie in forever, chat.
The Israeli pager terrorist attack in Lebanon, which killed tons of like random bystanders. And now whenever on the H3 podcast an Arab person is shown on the screen, they play a pager sound effect to imply that this person should be blown up and killed. Let's show you some examples of this. Here's Frogan on the stream, and Zach Lewis, who is this
it's Zach, isn't it? Yeah.
This disgusting Zionist, who is, I don't know what he does, but he's a guy on the H3 podcast.
I don't want to know what he does, chat. What do you think Zach does in his personal time?
Failed musician, and now his job is to just sit there and play sound effects like this to imply that he wants to kill the person on the screen. And it's obvious.
I don't know. Is he a failed musician, or is he somebody that kind of like found a way to make a little bit of money on music, and now he makes more money on the H3 podcast? I don't know.
So this is a death threat.
Like, I don't like his music, but I don't think he's exactly a failed musician either. No one should watch Tyler Perry movies. And the fact that Bradley Martin enjoys it. Wait, does Bradley Martin just enjoy the movies, or was he in a movie? I thought somebody was saying he was in a Medea movie.
What else could it fucking be? Why else would he be playing a pager sound? Why was there no pager sound effect before that terrorist attack? He's clearly implying that this person needs to be killed. Okay, he is clearly implying that these people should be killed. This is the H3 podcast. This is the H3 podcast that, Ethan Klein has
It's crazy that these people seem likable in contrast when they're in the room with Ethan. True.
On multiple occasions, threatening people with death. He said that Benji...
He plays like dad. Oh, see, now this is an interesting thing, right? So people think about music, right? If you are a successful musician, that means that you were in a band who made original material and that some piece of your original material, some of your original, songs that you wrote, got popular, right? That's what a successful musician is, right? You have fans, you do concerts, fans come to the concerts. You don't just do concerts and have no fans come to the concerts. That's generally a successful musician, even if you don't make that much money from it, even if it never really supports you. Right? But I think what people are saying about Zach is that he has found another route to being a successful musician, and that is to do the cover band route. It sounds like what Zach did was the cover band route to musical success. If you can figure out a band that's got a big enough fandom of older fans that will appreciate, like right now, chat, I would say if you want to do a cover band, maybe think about MGMT. There's plenty of aging millennials that would love to go to your MGMT concert. Maybe try to look a little bit like the dudes from MGMT, right? Yeah, and cover their music and try to do it, true to form. Try to, like, right, you almost have to be a fan, like, to do this stuff, I think. I can't imagine being in a cover band where you're like, oh yeah, I'm on a Talking Heads cover band. Oh, do you like the Talking Heads? No, I fucking hate them. God, it's terrible. I'd have to sing Psycho Killer, qu'est-ce que c'est? I hate it. But it pays the bills. It does pay the bills, right? Nirvana cover band. That would be interesting. No, I just thought of so many horrible things that a Nirvana cover band could do. Like, given that, like, what I just said about emulating the musicians that are, anyway, you don't want to emulate some musicians, let's just say. And Nirvana is a great example of why. My Chemical Romance. Oh, that shit would, yeah. I'm assuming, though, that there's a ton of MCR cover bands, right? He only covers Radiohead. Yo, are you serious, Mopo? Are you serious? Is that real? Is Zach for real? That would be so weird. I mean, chat, if you don't know, Radiohead has gotten into controversy for a No Doubt cover band. Ooh. Wait, somebody said their early stuff was good, right? I liked, like, one of their songs, I think. The Holler Back Girl, and there's like one other song. Why not be a cover band for, like, Kurt Cobain and Nirvana? Or some other band that literally died, like a Tupac. Yes. Wait, are there rap cover? Does this exist in rap music? I hope he covers Tom York's solo projects. Wait, is it real? Is he actually doing did somebody just say that because Tom York is huge? Kings of Leon is what he covers. No Doubt's early. Yeah, it's like ska music, yeah. My dad was in a Metallica cover band. Ooh, Sigur Rós cover band, yeah. Or like a Björk. Do you know that her name's actually pronounced Björk? It rhymes with jerk. She always says that. Yeah, fence riding cow. Yeah, so Tom York got into some controversy. That I thought that maybe that was the joke in saying that he was a Radiohead cover band.
Shapiro should be killed in a Holocaust. He said that, like, an NRA meeting should be bombed. Now he's playing sound effects calling for terrorist attacks against his targets. And this is the guy who's like, Padam Punana attacked my wife in a video.
Wu-Tang 36 Chambers. Is that the one where they're like, I am 36 Chambers and then some? No, sorry, that's not.
Yoga, and how could this happen? He's the biggest little crybaby bitch you'll ever see in your life. This is what he does in his show.
Deaf? Does she know? I don't know if she knows what that means. What was tone deaf about it? What was the tone I was deaf to?
Tupac isn't a band. No, that's what I was asking, though. That's what I was asking. Is there, like, there's not a rap equivalent of cover bands, right? Like, there's nobody out there that is, like, covering, like, that's like a cover. There's no cover rappers, right? There's nobody that's out there, like, of where they, like, cover, like, all of, I don't know, what's the old school band, like, Outcast. Yeah. There's nobody out there that is like, yeah, we're like an Outcast cover band, right?
Ah, there it is.
There's the pager sound, and you see Ethan laughing at it. He knows precisely what it means. You know, there's no ignorance here. He's like, yeah, oh yeah, I know why we got that new sound effect. I know what it's for.
There it is.
A cover band that plays the music from Persona series games, would you have to dress up like Len and Lotus Juice?
That's the tone.
Like half of
And Abia Yard and Lena sit there and they just watch this happening. Two
NWA cover band?
Lebanese pro-Palestine advocates. Here they are doing it to Dennis.
Or like an Eminem cover artist who are like, that's a very hot coffee pot.
As well, another person who they think should be killed.
I didn't do it right.
Contacted me somewhere else and I didn't see it. I apologize. But
It's an awfully hot coffee pot.
like AB said, we got the memo. We got the memo.
Did she?
We know you're raring and ready to go.
Walk DMC? Oh my god, no. How about like Scooter DMC, right? Because they're older. Okay, yeah, that's not funny.
She paid you, Dan? Did you check your?
I didn't. I didn't get anything on my pager. No. Yeah, I still use a beeper.
At this point,
So, you know, that clip is pretty explicit in regards to what that is supposed to be a reference to. It's obviously supposed to be a pager. You know why he brought up pagers, because he's bringing up the Israeli terrorist attack to imply that Denim should be killed.
Machine Gun Kelly tried to be an Eminem cover band. What was the whole deal where Tom McDonald bought a track that Eminem had produced, and then he did a song over the like, so the backing music, you know, like the track, right? He bought a track that Eminem had produced but never used, and then he rapped over it and he put it out as a single, and it said, you know, produced by Eminem. So it gave people the impression that Eminem had gone into the studio with Tom McDonald.
Fucking Klein, everyone. The most pathetic little cryabully in the world. He constantly makes death threats. He constantly implies that others should be killed or attacked. He constantly harasses and doxes people. You know, people do like not even a fraction of this to him, and he cries foul. Oh my god, how could this happen to me? You know, the guy who threatens people with death like 2 or 3 times a week on his podcast, as he did in those 2 clips right there. Like, AB is someone who has claimed that he had relatives like who were affected.
This is like Two Good Jewish Boys level of sick. Yeah, if anybody doesn't know that podcast, it's God, it should come with a content warning. They were talking about wiping out Palestine. Yeah, they were like, yeah, if I had a button that would just wipe out all Palestinians, I would press it in a second. Most Israelis would press it in a second. This was on a podcast, right? This is a podcast where they would fantasize about genociding, you know, automating genocide of I don't know. It's sick shit, and not in a good way. Sorry. When I say sick shit, it can also sound like I'm saying, oh, that's some sick shit right there. No, I don't mean it like that. I mean that's some really sick, unhealthy shit.
By the
spoiler, they are not, in fact, Two Good Jewish Boys. True.
Major terrorist attack in Lebanon, and he just sits there as this.
Is Drake a hip hop cover band? Yes.
Failed musician Zach Lewis and Ethan and all of these, the rest of this disgusting crew, like mock the terrorist attack, mock its victims, and imply that one of their targets should be killed in a similar terrorist attack. They just sit there and they just take it. It's incredible, unbelievable, and disgusting. Totally believable. Sadly, given what I know about these people. What a coincidence that they just happened to...
I feel like Bad Empanada's brain is going to get corrupted by having to cover Ethan Klein too much. What can we do to help Bad Empanada, chat? He's going to look into the void too long, all right? And something bad is going to happen. How do we save him from that horrible, bloody destiny? That was a sick Drake roast, not gonna lie. And there's many, yeah, and it's like the bar is pretty high on Drake roasts, right? There have been a lot of good Drake roasts, right? So yeah, it's not exactly easy to come up with a good, you know what I'm saying? The bar is very much high. The bar is in heaven, so to speak. I don't think anyone's ever said. Did I just coin a phrase?
Implementing pager sound effects.
Can I buy a feeling?
And talking about using pagers while they were targeting Arab creators. right after there was a terrorist attack involving the maiming and killing of countless people by Israel involving pagers. You know, there's just a coincidence, right? It's a complete coincidence. They go after the women way harder than they go after me or anyone else. That's interesting as well. It's always the women with them, isn't it? It's always the women. Ethan fucking hates women. Dear God, there's nothing that Ethan hates more than a woman. If it wasn't for his IDF assigned wife, he would be like a failed wannabe incel YouTuber.
Drake roast sounds like a dish from D&D. Yeah, it sounds like some delicious in dungeon. You know what I'm saying? Like, we don't need food to go dungeoneering. We can just eat whatever monsters we find in the dungeon. Oh, look, a Drake. Well, I happen to know how to make a very good Drake roast. All right, so with that, oh my God, what is he doing with Nicholas Diorio? Oh, he's fat shaming Nick Diorio. Wow. Well, I mean, I guess you can't complain if you're Nicholas Diorio. I mean, that's just the shit that you tread on. What is this? Steiny is not allowed on the show anymore? Okay, that was the name of their show that they did, that they brought Steiny and Bradley Martin. We gotta find the previous, or the next show, though. That's what we're looking for. All right, there we go. So now you can see, if you saw in the window really quickly, chat, the thumbnail that he showed was Ethan talks to a fortune. Ethan gets his fortune read, right? And it's a picture of a fortune teller and Ethan, right? So that's the thumbnail that is up now. I want to drive home the fact that the original thumbnail that was on when I woke up in the middle of the fucking night, chat, it was this, right? Look right in the middle here, okay? That thing in the middle, that was his thumbnail. That's what he streamed with, right? For some reason, I guess either he just did not get the numbers that he had gotten with Hassan, or I don't know, maybe he realized how cringe it was, but he took that thumbnail down and he's replaced it now with the fortune teller thumbnail. So, little lore on that.
Boom! Hello. Oh, yeah, maybe the boom was because of the title. I didn't mean it like that.
Oh.
I did not mean it like a war thing, but there is a war happening. Yeah, I know.
It's basically a pager joke. Bro just did another pager joke.
Where that came from.
Oh my God.
I've never started.
He's way too happy about this shit, chat. I mean, if you don't know, like, the common thread between this and other things that Ethan likes to laugh at is that they killed a lot of the government officials from Iran in that attack, including the person that was in charge of negotiations with the United States. So, like, to Ethan, this is good times. This is great.
Just button it already.
Hey, boom, guys, not today. No, see, it's not just me. Today we are sponsored by the great game.
Okay.
And today we are joined by the great Klein.
I'm not great, but thank you.
I almost thought he was going to say Hitler. Anyway, chat, he's probably not. Oh, wait, no, I got to show you this. The tattoo. We got an update on the tattoo.
Why aren't you great?
I'm gonna let it burn. I'm gonna let it run a little bit.
Why would you even say that?
Because I'm just a person.
Yeah, that's what Ian said about me famously. He goes, you know what? I think we need to treat Ethan like a human being.
Yeah.
You know why, guys? Because he is a human being.
Like,
fantastic analysis.
This podcast is like the most uncreative, non-special thing that you could possibly be doing as a content creator.
Shut the F up, dude.
We got some great Ian and Anissa clips.
Yeah, so
We'll get to them.
Well, we'll get to them.
Oh, we'll get to
because
them.
I've been holding off on the Warzone stuff all week.
Were you waiting just for me?
Oh, I have a really nice list of fun stuff.
I live for that stuff.
Yeah, like really.
Do you think the iDub stuff is still working for him? What do you think, chat? One in chat, if you think that he's hitting pay dirt, if you think there's he's getting, is he getting views from the iDub stuff? Is he bringing in that commentary slop, Destiny adjacent crowd with that? Is that still hitting for him? Because I gotta tell you, I got so bored of Ethan Klein versus iDubbbz. I literally do not care.
Like the great stuff that we all love, like Ian being humiliated. That's my new.
That's my Roman Empire these days.
She gets it. Yeah. By the way, I was just thinking, my tattoo.
Yeah. Does DGG care about iDubbbz?
It's healed, so I'm curious if it looks better now.
Okay.
I'm gonna show you guys. Well, that's not. Is that gonna help? I want to use it. Show it.
Let's see. Put it to the test. That's
no.
Weird.
That's weird. Yes. Wait. Also, you know what's weird too is that I feel like Hila's got better biceps than Ethan. I feel like I've got better biceps than. What do you think, chat? Do I have better biceps than Ethan? Grr.
It's weird.
So it's a mixed bag. Yeah, people are agreeing that it's boring. But maybe he still does get some views. Maybe there's like, yeah, that fucking ugly ass tattoo. He has got to be trolling her at this point. Chat, that is the ugliest tattoo ever. I love how stressed Dan is. Wait, I didn't even see Dan. Was Dan on screen for a second? Hila Klein. You're a rotten person, but you did not deserve this. You did not deserve this, Hila.
Wait, the lighting.
I have better biceps than Ethan.
There is awful. It doesn't.
Do you think I could arm wrestle the guy? I mean, I might have to, Chad. I might not be able to do any sort of sporting activity, that's not against guys. Like that. That's what they want, chat. They want me to fight a guy. They want me to fight a man. They
look that dark in person. Back up. I mean,
why did the artist go so hard on the eye bags? That's what I was asking. Like, of all, this has got to be the worst picture of Hila. Like, this is a terrible picture of Hila. Also, something about the shape of her hair in this picture. It looks like, and I've got experience with this, chat. Sometimes when you crop a picture to put it on another, like make a thumbnail, right? You try to like use a magic select or kind of cut, like erase around the picture. And sometimes you erase some of the hair, but it's like kind of okay. Cause it's like, okay, well that looks reasonable. That looks like that looks like the edge of her hair, even though her hair actually continues on. That's what it looks like. It looks like they erased part of her hair for to cut out a figure of her. But why is it in an egg shape? This bugs me. This really, really bugs me. So the shape of Ethan's tattoo of Hila bugs me. The contrast is turned way up. That bugs me, right? It's just like, it's like the ugliest picture I have ever seen of Hila. The tattoo is Hamas.
I don't know. Thoughts?
No, the tattoo is haram, is what it is. Yeah.
For the 10 gifted memberships, by the way.
I'll say
OB24.
I love it. I think it came out beautiful. I don't like the shape. It's too like, I don't know, but whatever. I like.
Yeah, it's too oval.
I don't regret it.
Okay.
How do you feel?
Hila, if she got trapped in an egg, does he want to make her his Pokemon?
I like a penis that is cut.
I like that you did it. I like the thought of it. I like.
You don't like it.
I wish that you showed it.
That's what Hila had to say. That's what she had to say. I like that you did it. That's the nicest thing that she can think to say. I like that you did it. The thought that counts.
But
you know that if somebody gives you a present and you say it's the thought that counts, like that's not a compliment. All right. That's not letting them off the hook. All right. If you say it's the thought that counts, you're letting them know That's not a good gift.
So, well, it's not up.
Owned.
It's not up to me.
My body, my life.
I saw afterwards some of the pictures that Ethan was considering, and I would have liked a different one better.
Oh, really?
But
which one would you have preferred? I asked a lot of people.
You did?
Which one to pick? I'm not going to out anyone, but there was a consensus on that one.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay.
Which is the one that you would have picked, just out of curiosity?
Well, I saw a few, but I don't remember right now. I would have.
You like her you don't like her bad extensions, but she won't change for me. Wait. Does she have like the lengthening extensions, or does she have like the clip-in extensions?
To see it.
Well, maybe I'll just have to add another one. Yeah.
I feel like I just would have known, like, personally, like, that picture was taken at night. We were drunk, and it was with flash. So it's kind of like a, you know.
You took a picture of drunk Ela and had it made into a tattoo. A photorealistic tattoo. Also, the other thing is tattoo artists are artists, okay? If you give them a photo and there's something wrong with it, like, oh, you know, she does have bags under the eyes, you can ask the artist, could you maybe just kind of like draw her without the bags under her? Just like everything except the bags, right? Maybe turn down the contrast a little bit. I don't, you know, like an artist can change things.
I think that
it looks like clip-ins.
The baggy thing is resolved personally. But you know,
I'd be okay with like a clip-in fishtail braid, maybe. I don't know.
But that night I do.
What if I got a clip-in fishtail braid, and it's like dark, right? So the rest of my hair is red, but just the braid is dark. I don't know.
Remember it, and I do like the moment that it's from. So
then it's a good memory.
Yeah, it is a good memory.
You know,
excellent shading, says Hot Ham Radio. Hey, Hot Ham Radio, excellent shade.
I think it's like Nate says, like Hispanic couples do this. It's like corny.
Yeah, I have no problem with corny.
So when are you getting me on?
Van 400 says I would not be okay with a spouse tattoo.
Our honorary Mexican, we've been told.
Yeah.
How long is your hair? Let's see. Would you call this nipple length? Maybe, I don't know.
The show.
Big time Latino.
Yeah.
I'm a full blown.
I'm working
Latino.
on a.
Well, maybe not full blown.
I'm working on a surprise for Nate.
Wait, what did they just say about Latinos? It's a bit prenip. It's prenuptious. It's prenuptial.
The show.
Big time Latino.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, I have no problem with corny.
So when are you getting me on your own?
And you are on it.
Okay, also, I gotta ask about the shit on Ethan's leg. I heard a story about this before. Does he just let his kids draw on him? Because if so, I mean, that's, you know, respect for that, right? That's, you know, that's what a dad should do. A dad should be a canvas for his children to draw on. That's the best, you know, it's the best kind of parenting.
I think it's like Nate says, like Hispanic couples do this. It's like corny.
Yeah.
Hispanic couples do this. It's corny. Are you trying to make a corn reference there, Ethan? Is that supposed to be a joke? Because like corn is a part of certain cuisines? I don't get it.
I have no problem.
Or did he literally just mean that he thinks Hispanic couples are corny?
With corny.
So when are you getting me on your own?
And you are on an honorary Mexican, we've been told.
Yeah.
On the show.
Big time Latino.
Yeah.
I'm a full blown.
I'm working on a.
Well, maybe not full blown.
I'm working on a surprise for Nate. I'm learning Spanish.
Well, that's not a surprise. He's watching.
He's not watching right now. Nobody tell him.
Okay.
He's busy with me.
Well, anyway,
that is cool though, Ela.
I'm shooting ropes, bro.
Just to tell you guys a little bit about what we have planned here today. There's a fortune teller who's going to be doing a tarot card reading on me, joining us at 2.
Yes.
And whoever wants to get their cards read. I've never.
Olivia. Anyway, yeah. Chat, I'm almost tempted to watch the fortune teller thing because like half of me thinks that she's gonna give him some advice, or like she's gonna say shit that's like on point for what we know about Ethan, but like she won't, like she's not gonna know what it applies to. Norm Macdonald's jokes. Why are they talking? Okay, here we go. I guess we can skip the Norm Macdonald segment. I don't know why he's on about Norm Macdonald, but here's the segment in question.
Okay, well. So what's happening? That's like that's a new thing.
So they're sending ballistic missiles and they're hitting.
Well, pull it up, guys.
The thing is that the IDF asked not to share footage because they don't want Iran to see where exactly things are hitting. So there isn't a lot of like.
Well, that's so good of you, Hila. That's so good of you. If just you, Hila, do not share footage, then I'm sure that Iran will miss its strategic advantage.
It's happening like on the skies.
Yeah.
Still, Israel's strongest soldier here.
Okay, I'll go to live news.
I just sent you what
He's gonna do it like Asmongold. Chat, did you see the God, who was it that covered Asmongold? Was it Sean the Black that was watching Asmongold, and Asmongold was doing news, and literally all that he does is he like goes on Twitter. Like his whole news source is fucking x.com. I can't remember who it was that was watching, that was reacting to Asmongold, but just like the way that like I mean, obviously the dude doesn't know anything, and it really shows when you see how he pulls up stuff for stream.
Here, Ed is probably showing. Here's just a little NBC News update.
Escalation. And that is the big concern, Keir, looming over all of this. Could this not ensnare not only the wider region, but the United States? Keir, quickly talk about the targets that Israel hit in Iran, its nuclear facilities. How damaging a blow was Israel able to pull off?
Well, we've seen the smoke over Natanz. We've seen.
Let me see what's happened with the fatalities in Israel. That is a new.
So it was casualties. So
that doesn't mean deaths?
No, I don't think so.
Oh,
okay.
I'm still getting that terminology.
Right, casualties. I thought mean dead.
I learned that last week actually, so it might not be.
Israel claims Iran fired fewer than a.
I have always found it profoundly weird that they call injuries or deaths casualties, right? I've always found that so weird. Casualties, chat, is what my dad used to wear to work on dress down Fridays, or what is that called? Casual Friday. Yeah. Like my dad would wear a casual tee instead of his normal, shirt and tie on Fridays. Like, but it's just like casual? How is it casual? Oh yeah, we had some people killed and injured. It's so, they're just hanging out bleeding. I don't know. How does that Connor eats pants? Thank you, Perp Sage. You're a lifesaver. Yeah, it was definitely Connor.
100 missiles.
Connor's been doing some really good coverage of Asmongold lately.
So made a few hits.
I enjoy Connor, honestly.
Iran fired fewer than 100 missiles, made a few hits. Some of those.
Good night, Big Al Cake Mix.
Were intercepted. Interception debris. There could be more barrages later tonight, urging civilians to stay in shelter. Where does it say about the casualties? I was just listening to news on the way here. I didn't hear anything like that.
Thomas Jerome, starting to feel like the Kleins don't care about Iranians and Arabs. Just wait. It's going to get worse. It's going to get worse.
Trying to find something.
I was hearing that nobody.
I didn't see anything like that on the news feed. So.
There is a lot of
Connor eats pants.
Just lots of.
He's a video game streamer famous for his Fortnite Fridays, where he invites someone, usually someone famous, to go and play Fortnite with him on Fridays. He's had the Costco guys. He's had fake Elon Musk. I'm trying to think who else. Chat. What are the other big guests that Connor's gotten?
Random information right now flowing on Instagram. So some are not yet totally
Not corroborated
yet. Yes,
wow.
but there's gonna be soon.
This is like from Israelis probably who are getting the news quick.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey.
Pentagon saying, what are they watching?
Well, the Pentagon's not telling us anything, frankly. I mean, they haven't spoken. We've gotten no statement out of the Secretary of Defense. But officials who we are talking to say that, in fact, the United States did help Israel defend from this enormous barrage of projectiles, including estimates of more than 100 ballistic missiles that came from Iran fired towards Israel. Now, the U.S. used ground-based interceptors to help with this. That's the THAAD, the Patriot. Those are both ground-based missile defense interceptors that have the ability to take on various ranges, including even medium-range ballistic missiles. The U.S. has other things.
Fox News captured when and where one of the missiles hit in Tel Aviv. Yeah, that's my understanding. Is that so Iran has hit back with at least 3 waves so far of missiles that did I think somewhat overwhelm the air defense. Some of the missiles landed. There are, plumes of smoke rising from places in and around Tel Aviv. Of course, the Mossad headquarters, I believe it is. I don't know why we know that, right? You'd think if it was the Mossad headquarters, they want to keep it super secret, but is supposedly on the northern end of Tel Aviv, kind of in the suburbs. And the command center is actually underneath Tel Aviv, right? Now if this was Hamas with the command center underneath, a populated area, that they'd be calling those people in that town human shields, but somehow when Israel does it, it's totally fine. It's totally normal. It's totally fine.
Though in the region that could help.
That looks insane,
if in fact Iran continues to target.
You ever play that game
Missile Command?
Rocket Defense, like back in the day where you just click and it shoots up rockets?
I love that missile defense. I think is what it was called.
Yeah, it's literally that.
They've been used in the past to help defend Israel, but they also have aircraft, fighter jets, fighter squadrons there that have also in the past been used.
Wait, Mossad's headquarters is in a shopping mall?
To try to defend Israel. You'll recall that during one of these back and forths between Israel and Iran last year, U.S. aircraft were in the air shooting down drones that were flying from Iran to Israel, taking them out, Kristen. But again, at this point, all that was used were these ground-based interceptors in this current salvo by the Iranians.
So I don't know if there was an update. Seems more like...
There's 22 injured. I do see it on Israeli news, yeah.
So
22 injured.
No deaths, or we don't know anything?
There's a few in critical condition, meaning usually that means they could die.
This is definitely going to be... I mean, the Israelis said it's a war now.
Mm-hmm.
And this is going down. This is like... The war that's been brewing for a long time.
I see some Israelis in our chat right now. They're in the safe rooms.
I want to say that, whatever you think about it.
I looked up the word of the etymology of the word casualty. It says attack of the Hank. Turns out casual started out as a word for accidental or random. Then later meant unreliable, then meant relax or informal. Okay, so it's that first meeting maybe, like the accidental. So it's like an accident.
Iran is as bad as or worse. They are the fucking evil. They are the evil fucking. They are the reason for all this bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
Like
no, they're not. There is a reason for all this bullshit, right? And it is Zionism. It is the literal philosophy of Theodore Herzl. It was a philosophy that started off as a land without a people or a people without a land, and then ended up of just like, oh no, let's just take this land. Let's just take this land from these people.
Hezbollah, Houthis, they're all attacking under the direction of Iran. They are all being these jihadists, fucking Islamists
I'm sorry, but one important point about October 7th that's come out is that Iran had no idea that it was going on. It wasn't coordinated outside of Gaza, as far as I know, right? There was no coordination at all. So Iran did supply Hezbollah, I guess, has done maybe something with the Houthis, but the Houthis seem to be doing their own thing, and definitely I think he's just heard this stuff and he's overstating it without realizing that they've only been in an Islamic state for like 46 years. Yeah. This started before Iran.
Like mega, these ultra, I don't even know how to say it, militant, super religious zealots, right? This is all coming from Iran under their direction, you know? So, and what's interesting is that even who hates the Iranian government the most? Iranians.
The people.
Every fucking Iranian you ask is like, fuck them. I can't wait for them to be gone.
Israelis and Iranians actually have like a really good connection.
Look, I mean, I am from America, and I have a very low opinion of America. I'm an American that you'd meet outside of America, right? And there's a reason for that. That's kind of why I left. Yeah. People that get out of a place tend to do so for a reason. That is true.
They
dude.
Always cheering for each other, because I mean, a lot of Jewish Persians are in Israel from Iran.
Yeah.
And so it's a very there's a strong bond between the people.
Mm-hmm.
Some of my best friends are in Israel are Persian.
I see a lot of.
It's a weird thing to say. There's a strong bond between the Israeli people and Iranians. I've never heard anyone say this before. Yeah, Shah followers. Yeah, exactly. Of course, people would hate their government the most, or like if a Cuban, was from a wealthy a family that was wealthy under Batista, they're not going to like the current Cuban regime. That's not that surprising.
Activists supporting Israel who are Iran are supporting Israel in this conflict against Iran specifically, not supporting the horrific
the
crimes.
Ayatollah.
Yeah. What? Say what?
The Ayatollah.
No, the Ayatollah is evil. Everybody hates the Ayatollah.
Right.
They fuck these guys. You know what I mean? Like. And so far, it does seem like the strikes that Israel's done in Iran, from what I can tell, have been very targeted.
Very strategic. It seems they've been playing it for a long time.
So there's not, there's not...
Chad, does he even know the history of this stuff? Is he even aware of the who placed the Shah there in the first place? And
as far as I've heard, any or at least not massive civilian casualties in Iran.
I heard of civilian casualties. I mean, nothing obviously compared to Gaza, but it was definitely more targeted.
Where did you hear that?
Thomas Jer super chatted $5.85. It's in the Talmud, the Book of Esther.
Wait, what's in the Talmud? Thank you for the super chat.
Wall Street Journal, let me see. I believe it was Wall Street Journal. Let me see.
Can you pass that? But it is definitely seems to be targeted, but hopefully there's no civilian deaths. If there are, that's horrible. Because like I said, the Iranian public has got to be... Dude, fuck the Ayatollah.
They're terrible.
Like the worst. They're the problem with every fucking thing. And that it's funny. I feel like everyone blames a lot on Israel. And listen, Israel is a shit stir, and they're fucking mass murdering people in Gaza. But Iran is like is this driving force behind Hamas. So it's kind of crazy too, because this war always seems so dangerous, right? And because of Hezbollah and the Houthis and Hamas was like, oh, if you ever attack Iran, we're going to do like a full-scale assault. Now that Israel's attacked Iran, Hezbollah literally put out a press release saying we're not responding.
Mm-hmm.
They're like, we're out of this shit. That's fucking crazy. Assad is gone. Hezbollah is standing down. Hamas is like not operational. As far as I could tell, Hamas hasn't even shot any rockets in response to this. The Houthis, I think.
Houthis launched a few.
Sent a few rockets that hit like Arab cities.
Yes, Palestinian territories.
Yeah.
Oh, like overall, what my favorite flag? Hezbollah. I'm not even kidding. It's actually a dope flag.
So right now, Iran is looking extremely vulnerable and defenseless, frankly. And I think the Ayatollah is evil.
Oh, the relationship they were talking about between the Jews and ancient Persian history.
You know what I mean? So getting rid of them would not be a bad thing at all. But, you know,
he's just going to ask ChatGPT for the history later.
Obviously, Israel tends to take things too far, so we're just going to have to hope and pray that
What happened to his sniffs? Look, I guess I got him. I was sniffing earlier today. I must have gotten the sniffs.
that's not the case here, because I really do think that the Iranian public stands against their government.
Mm-hmm. Big time.
Yeah. Is Harley?
Like, does he not understand that you can be dissatisfied with your government and still have more smoke for an apartheid rogue state that is fucking up your whole area, your whole life? Like,
yeah, pop our boy in. Yeah, the Houthis hit a Palestinian village in Hebron. That was their help.
Mm-hmm.
That's the peace activist.
Thanks, guys.
Houthis. So that's what's going on.
Give them the Nobel Peace Prize, right?
Yeah, Mopo. So there are people out there that think that that this is one of the possible, I don't know, goals of the Israeli action, given that they've hit so much of the leadership in Iran, that they think they can weaken and destabilize that leadership, which does have from time to times a lack of support from the populace, right? And that they could maybe get another faction in with maybe the ultimate goal being reasserting the power of the Shah in Iran, which was not a great. It was not a happy time for Iranian people.
People are like worried about World War III and like a huge regional war. I'm not going to do a Hassan here and be like, I mark my words. This is what it is. But this is my take on it. Obviously, I could be wrong. Everybody in the region hates Iran. Saudi Arabia fucking hates Iran. Nobody wants them to get nuclear bombs. It will destabilize the entire region, right? If Hezbollah, if Hamas...
See, here's the thing, though. Like, in the modern... In modern statecraft, right? A lesson is being taught over and over that if you want to be truly independent, if you want to have a sovereign nation, that you need to have nukes. And proliferation is not a good thing. Proliferation does not help me sleep at night. However, given that, like, you see countries that have gone nuclear, even if they're on the outs with world powers, they don't get they don't get the same. They're not subject to the same kind of attempts to do regime change, right? So unwittingly, the United States has taught countries like Iran the lesson that you do need nukes. And while I don't think that, it's not, more nukes is never like a good thing, right? It does take the situation from Israel, from a place where Israel has relative impunity, to a more like a mutual assured destruction type scenario, which was somewhat durable during the Cold War, and that the United States and the Soviet Union did not end up blowing up the world several times.
If Syria isn't coming to their defense, nobody is. Jordan hates Iran. Saudi Arabia hates Iran. Iranians hate the government of Iran. And when I say hates Iran, I mean the Ayatollah.
The government, yeah.
Because the Persian people are amazing, resilient.
I hate the way that he's talking about this too, right? Nobody likes Iran. Nobody's coming to their defense, right? Like he's celebrating the fact that they're like a wounded animal, you know, being toyed with by the apartheid state. And the thing about it is, chat, just like being able to juxtapose himself to Donald Trump helps Gavin Newsom go from somebody who is, you know, had you know, kind of screwed up his presidential ambitions to somebody who legitimately, you know, could run now. You know, juxtaposing yourself with Israel tends to make you look good in the eyes of the world. Juxtaposing yourself with the rogue terrorist state, the pariah state, right? So you got a situation where even if there aren't nations that have strong bonds of affinity with Iran, that doesn't mean that Israel's actions are gonna, that there's not gonna be intervention. Do you get me? And this does present some really dangerous scenarios, right? Being that the United States is Israel's ally, and so now you've got the top two hated countries in the world in a fucking death pact together, right? Doing violence against other nations with impunity. That does, you know, present definitely the possibility, at the very least, that that something could, you know, happen, that somebody might intervene on if not on behalf of Iran, then, you know, against the United States and Israel.
Incredible people, and you've seen some of these really brave protesters protesting this theocratic, tyrannical government that they have there, and the harsh punishments that they've received. Ethan's hat doesn't fit. I know, it's too big.
It's too big?
Yeah, it's too big.
It's also too ugly. It's because it's Teddy Fresh that it's ugly.
There's just too voluminous.
You probably wore it when you had long hair.
I don't think. Okay, whatever. Harley, nice to see you. We're doing a Goss talk about the war between Israel and Iran.
Graham Stefan's a Jew.
Is that right? Okay, that's not relevant. Right.
We're gonna bring in the epic mealtime guy for more geopolitical commentary. Wonderful.
No, I didn't. Yeah. Thanks for
guy that owes his entire career to bacon over here.
having me, by the way.
Yeah.
Everybody
How are you
Harley.
doing?
I'm doing well. How you doing?
I'm doing okay. I'm worried. Did you send me this article about Iran? What's happening in Iran? Let's see.
Yeah, from Reuters.
Let's see here. Iran fires missiles at Israel in response to attacks. Latest development. Iran launches missiles. Trump urges Iran to halt bombing. Where's its... I'm trying to see the damn...
It looks like a Burberry knockoff hat. God, why would you rip off Burberry?
In
If
Iran.
I'm sorry. I'm not having a go at Burberry. I'm just saying that's a specific place in time that you know, connotes.
It's like a bunch of burning, like what it seems like to be apartments. So it seems very likely that civilians probably.
Yeah, it does.
It says 80 civilians, according to Iranian media.
Iran state news agency IRNA said Tehran launched... Oh, wait, why does he keep talking about their missiles? Iran's Operation Netanyahu. Here, attacks on Iran. Iranian media showed images of destroyed...
I gotta ask you, chat. Is this Ethan trying to do the Hassan thing? Is that what he thinks he's doing?
Apartment blocks in Iran said nearly 80 civilians were killed, including the target was a nuclear scientist.
Yeah.
Thomas Jer
Israel's
super chatted $5.85. Guy looks like a cop who's off the clock.
Oh, which guy? Are you talking about Dan or he's completely obsessed with Hassan? Yeah, he probably thinks that just like anybody can do it, which is kind of funny. Because look, not only like I mean like yeah, anyone, you know, anyone who knows about geopolitics can give commentary on it, true. But in terms of doing what Hassan does, there's a lot of people in that field, and there's not a lot of people that are as successful as he is. I think his success is like, you know, wait, is it 84 Narwhal? I thought it was 89.
Military said it was striking Iranian missile and drone.
And I just realized, chat, I told you I'd give you a butterfly goal, and I didn't do that. I got weepy in the big. I don't even know what that was about, chat. That's like the weirdest shit. Let's see. Make it. Oh God, it's not gonna. I've gotta do it the hard way. All right, restore chat. Make the butterfly goal. We'll make it for 5 super chats. How about that? Because I feel like we've gotten at least 5 super chats. 2 hours, 5 super chats, and I'll write butterfly. There we go. I'm sorry I didn't do this, chat. I got weepy earlier, and I was gonna do it, but I forgot. And then bring this out. Pop out chat. There we go.
Drone launching sites and had struck another nuclear site in Isfahan. An Israeli military spokesperson denied Iranian media reports that an Israeli fighter jet was downed. In a phone interview with Reuters, Trump said nuclear talks between I don't
Yeah, I wonder what he's going to make, because the real question about Iran, the thing that people are talking about is this Trump situation, right? Did Trump want a deal with Iran? Was Trump coordinating with Netanyahu in order to serve as sort of a distraction, in order to maybe lull the Iranian government into a false sense of security? Or was Trump playing 6-dimensional chess? Did I say chest? I did the thing, chat. That's isn't there like a movie where somebody's like, yeah, chest. Think you mean chess? I feel like that's a thing.
Nuclear talks are probably going to be on the table right now. So this was...
Does testosterone suppress crying? Is that real?
A big point of contention about like what was the USA's involvement in all this, and it seems like now we knew everything Trump said. I guess they just didn't like participate.
I'm sorry, you're going to believe Trump now?
Yeah. I mean, it's obvious that they knew, because this was already being reported in Israel for a few days.
Yeah,
that an attack is being planned without the help of America.
Wasn't America like a few days ago being like, everyone needs to leave? All the diplomats need to leave the region?
Yeah.
It seems like a giveaway.
Yeah.
You know? I've tried to save Iran humiliation. What is this? Oh, that's Trump. Okay. 2 regional sources, at least 20 Iranian military commanders were killed. A stunning decapitation reminiscent of Israelis' attack that swiftly wiped out the leadership of Lebanon's once feared Hezbollah. Iran said 6 of its top nuclear scientists...
You can tell how good I am at the game by the fact that I just called it chest.
...have been killed. Among the generals...
Play chest.
...killed on Friday were Armed Force Chiefs of Staff Major General Mohammed Bagheri and the Great Salami. I don't know anything about him, but I've heard that name a lot. Hussein Salami?
Salami.
Can't get it.
Does that mean hello or something?
I don't know.
Oh.
My brother's fiance is a Salami.
Oh, they don't speak Arab. They speak Persian. It's like a whole different thing, right?
Salam? Is that the word that he's thinking of? Is that where he's getting that? Doesn't that mean hello? Doesn't that guy's name mean hello? Why is a guy named Hello? That's pretty strange. Gosh darn it, these Arab countries are really strange. They're actually Persian. Oh, I'm sorry. I mean, Persian Arab. Like, it's just like, he doesn't know shit. Dude does not know shit. Yeah, Farsi. Farsi is what we're looking for. Yes.
Farsi, right? Yeah.
This feels like Jeopardy. Have you ever seen Jeopardy where like everybody's getting the questions wrong and the host is getting mad? The host is like looking down. The host is like, you know what I'm talking about? It's like Celebrity Jeopardy. And the host is getting pissed off because everybody's just giving the wrong answer. And like Burt Reynolds is there and he's just completely unserious.
Major General Mohammed Pakpour swiftly promoted to replace Soleimani as Guards commander, vowed retaliation in the letters of the Supreme Leader. The gates of hell will open to the child-killing regime. So it's, yeah, it seems like there's going to be some civilian deaths there, which is, you know, fucked. But I do think people need to remember just how central Iran is to all this.
No, I love this. There's going to be some civilian deaths. Israel's going to kill more civilians, right? Israel has done a first strike, destabilized the region, right? Israel has killed people with pagers, has like, didn't he blow that off too? Like, right, as much as he tries to be like, oh, well, we don't support Netanyahu. We don't support, oh, no, we're not about that. We don't like what Israel does. We don't like what, right? As much as he's like that, he fucking laughed about the pager stuff. That was a war crime. That's a really gross war crime too, chat. It's the kind of thing where if we live in a world where, depending on geopolitics, the pager, the electronic device, the cell phone potentially that you purchase might fucking blow up on you because it was meant to kill members of a militant group or something like that. That's just not, like, there's rules against this shit for reasons, and he just doesn't care. It's okay when Israel does it. You know why? Because Hezbollah is so bad, and this is okay when Israel does it. You know why? Because Iran is the worst. Iran is just, you don't understand. The Ayatollah, Iran is just the worst. It's okay.
Like they don't get to like fund all these terrorist groups to set their agenda, to push everybody into violence, to hijack the government of Gaza. They're the reason there's no fucking there's no shelters, that all the money sent to Gaza is misappropriated on military operations.
Do you notice how he's just like, yeah, so there's going to be some civilian deaths. Ooh. Not great. Ooh, but you got to understand that when you're dealing with the evil Ayatollah that's up there being like, like you gotta crack some of those eggs to make that delicious Middle East omelet. I don't know, chat. This guy is so sick, and it's so in a way that it's weird. Like all of his sickness is like tucked away in his unconscious. Like he doesn't even realize how fucked up he sounds, how fucked up what he's saying actually is. He does not even get it.
That's all from Iran, dude.
Also, I just want to mention that you said that Iran doesn't have any friends. They do. They have Russia. And
Wait. This fucking egg for brains did not know what the Ayatollah was until yesterday?
The drones that are attacking Ukraine are Iranian as well. Like,
oh, we got Giardia, chat. Mark that off on your bingo cards if you're playing Joel.x's bingo. I think, is there a space for Giardia?
Well, I guess a regional part.
I do like Giardia's glasses. I feel I shouldn't have made fun. Chat, I made fun of her glasses. Do you think she saw that and got new ones? She can afford better frames than I can. Sag, even in Thailand where things are a little bit cheaper, she can afford. And B, I didn't want to shame her out of those turtle shell frames. If she likes to wear those, it's fine. Giardia, you look fine. You didn't need to change your glasses. I shouldn't have made fun of her, should I? I should have just left it alone.
Russia's not going to fucking join a war on behalf of Iran.
They do give support to Russia. Iran.
Yeah, I'm not saying that.
They sell them weapons and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Giardia's back.
Yeah, they think they're allies, but
yeah,
that would be obviously catastrophic. But I don't see why they would get involved. They're already involved in a catastrophic war. with
Yeah,
Ukraine.
yeah. I'm not saying that they are gonna join in. I'm just saying that they do have some friends.
Yeah, okay.
Some allies.
They've got the great folks. Let's see. They've got Russia, North Korea, and China. The moral centers of the universe.
I'm sorry, but if your take is to come on stream in the midst of a conflict, which could turn into a major world powers conflict, right? And be like, ha ha ha, Iran. Oh my God, I almost said Irene. Irene doesn't have any friends. Iran doesn't have any friends. Ha ha ha. What you gonna do now, Iran? You gonna call Syria? Oh, I'm sorry, Bashar Assad's gone. You gonna call Hezbollah? Oh, I'm sorry, you might want to page them. Ha 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 ha. He's a sick fuck. This guy is a sick fuck. Irene. I keep on saying Irene. Oh my God, Chad, am I gonna get attacked by Israel now? I gotta stop calling myself Iran. Giardia, wait. Say Iran instead. It's how it's actually pronounced. It's Iran. Okay, Giardia, thanks for fucking input, you token idiot. Iran is how it should be pronounced. I didn't know that. It's not. It's not Iran. And I ran. I couldn't get away. Sorry, chat. That song just got in my head. Omega Star, thank you for the butterflies. That's 1 out of 5. I made the butterfly goal easy because I feel like we've gotten at least 5 already. I was crying, chat, earlier today. Scroll back in the VOD if you want to see me lose my shit over a simple, a sweet comment that somebody made in a super chat, and I'm just like, I take it philosophical somehow, and I go boo-hoo and cry, and that's why I forgot to do the butterfly goal, because it got my emotions distracted me. Ira. I can usually roll my R. I can say Aroy, but I can't say Iran for some reason.
Salami is a great sandwich meat. I agree. It's one of the best. You know. But
is that Godfather music?
Take, you know, it's a fucking. This war has been brewing, and it's been somewhat inevitable. It feels like for a long fucking time.
Somebody said, "What did Israel think would happen?"
If that fucking helps you sleep at night for supporting an apartheid pariah state, if that makes you, you say this was brewing for a long time, it was inevitable, it had to happen. That makes you feel better while people suffer. It's fake Godfather music because the real one would get you DMCA'd. Why didn't Dylan get DMCA'd? Oh, because he did it on Twitch. God damn it. I'm not saying I want him DMCA'd. I'm just saying, like, you know, it would have been funny if he had, never mind. He did a thing where he put on Godfather music and he was like, "No comment, chick and mods. I've got an offer that you can't refuse. You need to admit that I'm right about everything, or else we'll release the secret files on you. Yes, I've got the secret recording of you and your mod team being based as fuck, and I will release those onto the internet unless you say that I was right in the argument that I lost in the debate that I badly lost to you on stream. I will." It was the funniest thing, except not, because like, right, there was a one of my mods was trans and was not out, and so when she spoke in Discord, she spoke with her girl voice, right? And that is something that she hadn't shared with anyone. Well, guess where it got shared first? On Twitch with Dylan. That's how her voice got outed, right? And we're like trying to get to Dylan being like, "Dude, you don't want to do this. It's not fucking worth it. Can you fucking not?" And we can't even like try to, you know, I think the mods were trying to talk to his mods or something and be like, listen. All right, there's something going on here that you may not completely understand, but hey, let's be real. He never cared about trans people. Omega Star with the butterflies. Put my butterflies on Vivien. Gotcha. 2 butterflies on Vivien.
I mean, they
No,
thought they're going into a war. They told everybody. I mean, they sent sirens already last night in preparation to wake people up, so they would go into safe rooms.
Yeah.
And
No, they definitely expected this, and they're expecting worse. I'm sure.
They've been telling the people that this is going to go on for at least 2 weeks.
Look, if there's people dying in Israel, I'm going to feel horrible and sad. But like by the same token, it's like this is a war that is going to be. It's a war, right? So and Israel's attacking Iran, so I'm not going to be like, I can't believe Iran did this, right? Like that's not my stance. I'm just speaking.
Have some
pragmatically
conviction
about what's happening. And Iran is the fucking bad guy. They're evil. You know what I'm saying, dude?
Talk to him.
Thank you, bro. How you like?
I don't understand why XQC just came through, Ethan. That's what he just did an XQC imitation, like a.
You know what I'm saying, dude?
You know what I'm saying, dude?
What's happening? And Iran is the fucking bad guy.
Oh, okay.
They're evil.
Oh my God, there we go. It's really easy. You don't understand. Iran, they're the cowboy with the black hat. Israel is the morally complicated cowboy with the grayish white hat, but Iran's got the black hat. They're the bad guys, so it's okay. It's okay.
You know what I'm saying, dude?
Talk to him.
Thank you, bro. How you like salami, or you prefer pepperoni?
I like. I like salami better than pepperoni. I don't even put pepperoni on pizza. Salami, I actually like to eat it with ketchup sometimes.
Oh, that's foul.
I don't think I've ever had good salami. I don't even know. Have I had salami at all? I've had shitty luncheon meat, but it's usually like bologna. I don't think my mom ever bought us salami. I think she was a bologna buyer. She would buy roast beef, turkey, and bologna. Those were the three luncheon meats in our refrigerator growing up. Salami is just a big pepperoni, really? Oh, so it might be like I remember liking pepperoni. Chat, is pepperoni gross? Is there anything to what this guy is saying? I mean, he is the epic mealtime guy, so he's literally a human garbage disposal. He's famous for eating anything and everything. But is pepperoni really bad? Salami holds together well, compared to pepperoni. So wait, like salami's like a good version of pepperoni? Is that how it works? Like it's like pepperoni's like, because every time I've never gotten pepperoni where it's like a stick. Any pepperoni I've ever gotten, sliced, and then laid out like that. But maybe it's bad stuff. I just remember I used to like it as a kid. I used to really, really like pepperoni. In fact, if my parents ever had pepperoni laying around, it would turn into an afternoon snack. Like I would take bread, toast it, put tomato sauce or spaghetti sauce on top of the bread, and then a little bit of cheese, and then I'd put like pepperoni if we had it on top, and I would make my own little like mini bread pizza. But I remember really liking it. Summer sausage is good. Oh yeah, my grandmom used to get that. There's quite a range of quality for both salami and pepperoni, so it probably does. Yeah, I've probably had the bad version of at least pepperoni. I was just thinking though, it seems like the kind of thing that as a kid, I just like to eat stuff, right? But I feel like if I got it now, it would give me like acid reflux. Pepperoni gives you weird dreams, really. I feel like it would give me weird burps. You know what I mean? Pepperoni just does not seem like good food. When I really think about it, looking back at it, I'm like, that's probably one of the things that I liked to eat as a little kid that wasn't really that good for me. It's like comparing cheddar to Gouda. They're just different. Oh, okay. So it's not like one is trash. So pepperoni's not, yeah, because the way he's saying it, it sounds like he's saying pepperoni is trash. And I'm just like, I don't remember pepperoni being trash. Have I ever had like vegan pepperoni though? I feel like there should be some good vegan pepperoni out there somewhere. I buy turkey. They make a lot of good vegan meats out here, honestly, chat. I was just about to say that when somebody brought up beans, and I was thinking to myself, I haven't had like any beans lately. Like, right, I normally eat beans quite a bit, but out here, I feel like I buy tofu and for what I cook at home, and then when I eat at a restaurant, a lot of times it's like vegan meat of some kind, right? Like there's a lot of just about any kind of meat that's popular out here, they'll make like a vegan version of it, and it's actually pretty good. But it's just like the same spices. Pepperoni is so good on pizza, classic for a reason. But salami wrapped around a string cheese string? Wait, you wrap the salami around a string cheese? Like a slice of salami wrapped around a string cheese string? I always, with string cheese, I would take it, I would take a little tiny string, and I would eat it, and then I would take another one, and I would eat it. That's what I loved about string cheese. It's as a snack that you can eat for like hours, right? One piece of string cheese, many little strings. And that's what I liked about it. And also the taste. String cheese is salty, and I like that. I like a salty cheese. Pepperoni is an authentically Italian sausage. No Italian would call it that. They're snobby about it. Pepperoni wrapped around cheese is delicious. I've never had it like that. I'm British, so I eat mostly baked beans. Yeah, I can't find beans. Well, actually, you know what? I should probably just go to the grocery store. I feel like they were overpriced though. Here's what's, grinding my gears, chat. I don't live that far from India. There are so many beans and lentils and dal and stuff like that. Chickpeas, eaten in India, right? China has, beans, like, right? Every country around where I'm at has some kind of, bean. And I'm just like, why does it feel like I'm paying for the import fee when I look at a bag of beans? I don't know, but I probably just don't know the right place to shop yet, but I'll figure it out once I learn Thai, which hopefully will happen soon. I hate that I have to wait till September to start the classes though. That bugs me. I really want to learn. I should just start practicing on my own. Salami and pepperoni are similar in quality. You can get cheap and expensive versions. Okay. So I probably was eating trash pepperoni growing up, but there's maybe like a good version of it. Bean sprouts, hell yeah. Oh wait, I can get mung bean sprouts for sure. I just can't get the beans themselves, right? And it's kind of weird because it's like 90% of my diet. I don't know, chat. People say that I look better now than I did when I was living in the United States. Maybe I don't know. Maybe the beans aren't as. Maybe it's the tofu is okay for me. You can grow your own from dried beans?
I can't get behind that.
Yeah, that's gross. I knew.
Your own sprouts, yeah.
Salami and mayonnaise is good, but I know mayonnaise weirds people out too.
I wouldn't do that. I don't know if I would. I could do that if there's other meats.
I was a mayonnaise fiend as a kid. Everything with a big slather of mayonnaise, right?
Like turkey, now pepperoni.
Like anytime I made a sauce, it was usually a mayonnaise-based sauce. I loved mayonnaise.
Come and be there. And there's another sauce too. There's just a little mayo, not only mayo.
You go Hebrew National salami, Harley?
Who is this dude on the show? He is Harley from Epic Mealtime. That's why they're asking him about foods, right? He started a YouTube channel in the 2010 or so with friends, and they would I don't know, I think they would order burgers, they'd order Big Macs, and then somehow they'd turn it into Big Mac lasagna. They'd cut the Big Macs into squares and then I don't know, somehow they would take food that's already kind of not good for you, and they would turn it into food that was worse for you, right? They would wrap it in bacon. They would slather it in cheese. They would drench it in mayo, right? They would turn something that's probably 2,000 calories, that's, you know, as much as you need to eat in a day, into 10,000 calories by just combining it with all kinds of shit. And they got famous for it. People loved it. This was back when, remember when bacon was the shit? Do you remember when everything, Jones Soda had a bacon flavored soda because bacon was so damn popular. And it was just like a meme, put bacon on it.
Yeah. You know, I mean, I'll sample everything. You know, I'll dabble in all types, but Hebrew National comes up often. Definitely.
Yeah, those are good. That's good.
Yeah.
By the way, and obviously equal concern for Iranian civilians. I don't want,
Absolutely.
because they're not the enemy by any means. These are good people that fucking deserve freedom from their tyrannical, insane government.
Equal concern for the Iranian civilians as I cheer my apartheid pariah state on. I mean, yay Israel, W Israel, right? Wizrael. But yeah, no, those poor civilians. My heart goes out to them. Oh no, he's gonna do the Elon thing again, chat. And he's gonna do the Elon. He's gonna do it again, chat.
You know. So we mourn them all. You know.
Absolutely.
Bacon is still just good, but that's just my bacon bias. Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't think that anybody thinks bacon isn't good. I just mean like bacon was king for a while, right? There was like a moment in time where, you know, everything was bacon. Everything is bacon.
So we'll stand back and stand by for updates.
Grant Stephan's a Jew.
As they come in. That's just, Harley, it's totally irrelevant.
Wait, let me podcast it. Let me podcast.
I saw a post on the subreddit that was like, I was listening to the podcast, and Harley saying, Graham Stephan's a Jew, blasted through the
shot on me. The juices.
Speakers, and my girlfriend looked over with great concern and bewilderment. Yeah,
I got a couple messages from people. They were like, I like when you yelled out how Graham Stephan's a Jew. I got messages from people like that. Yeah.
Yeah, people, no.
I wonder how he feels. Call him up. Get him on the horn.
Can we reach out? Do we? Let's reach out. Oh, well, let's reach out. Would you say, hey, we know you're Jewish, buddy.
Jew.
We know. We found out.
You got to pull that back. Not like that. It's too crazy. Jew. You can't call someone up and ask them and say you know they're Jewish on the phone when there's drones in the air heading to Israel.
Just feel like this. I know you're Jewish. Shh. Keep it a secret.
Yo, Babadook him. You ever see Babadook?
Is that a cartoon about a white dude?
No.
What's Babadook?
It's a
horror story.
It's like a horror movie. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
what the
but
fuck?
He doesn't know Babadook?
You just call him and you just say Babadook on the phone all
That's
scary,
it?
like they do in the movie.
Babadook is scary.
Yeah, it should be easy.
What happens if you say Babadook?
Don't say
too
it,
many
bro.
times, bro.
Just once.
Was it 3 times?
Don't say it 3 times in a row.
Wait, but this doesn't look scary. Thank you so much.
No, it was
Babadookie.
interesting. It was a good movie. It was interesting. The kid is a whole part of
I think people see a difference in you because you're safely out of the U.S. Plus, you have new, pretty hair. That's true.
Like a kid's
Ethan's
a whole thing.
I do like the hair is definitely an improvement.
afraid of scary movies, so he probably.
Yeah, he
won't
does.
I'm
check
not
it out.
fucking.
Is that
I
right?
am, bro. I don't even care.
What's
Is
the
this what it
scariest
looks
movie
like?
you ever seen?
I wasn't even roasting you. I was just saying. Yeah.
No, I don't like scary
it's a
movies.
fact.
He gets spooked.
Wait, I have something in common with Ethan in terms of not liking scary movies. I feel like I'd be okay with the Babadook, though. The Babadook's kind of chill, right? Is that what the tattoo on his arm? Wait, that's what I call the tattoo on Ethan's arm, Babadook?
It just, I don't get it.
We're
Like,
40 now.
Oh, you know what I need to?
He's married to the. Wait, why is Ela the Babadook?
Is to like be nervous.
I don't get it, chat.
Like, what is that? What is that?
I love
desire?
I like being scared.
You like going
Me
to bed
too.
nervous?
What?
Yeah, a little bit.
Wait, it's about a giant talking dog voiced by Owen Wilson. The Babadook is?
I like the adrenaline. I like the uncertainty.
hate
Yeah,
it.
it's an interesting vibe.
You know, I like to take a certain amount
Marmaduke. I got it.
Oh yeah.
That get me scared. I like to call it getting scared instead of getting stoned. To the point where like I go to the movie theater and I'll have my friend order the movie tickets because I can't even talk to the teenager working there. I'm too scared. And then I like panic in the theater and feel like I aged 3 years. And it's always a memorable time.
Yeah, that sounds.
I think it's the bacon that aged you 3 years.
It's really fun.
Some people go on roller coasters.
You know what
I think
like?
that's crazy.
I like waking up in the middle of the night and being scared of the bathroom because it's so dark.
That's me when I watch a scary movie. I can't even walk around the house.
That's the most fun.
Lena loves scary movies. I'm not into them. I just don't like the stories of them.
That too. Right?
But Lena's actually going to like the 20-year anniversary.
Harley's 100% making fun of Ethan suggesting Babadook. Also, Babadook is a gay icon, right? Yeah.
What is it? 30-year anniversary.
Yeah, I don't think Ela Klein is ever going to be a gay icon the way that the Babadook is.
Oh, yeah.
Friday the 13th tonight. The director's going to be there.
Whoa, that's sick.
So let me.
What are they watching the first one, the first movie?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So guys, sorry to interrupt.
They're having him watch the Babadook?
AB?
We got you.
What the
So-
fuck? Okay, so yeah, they're doing the food thing. God damn it, Chad. I usually have a nice little array of. Oh, wait. Look at this. I do have some food. Oh my god. All right, chat. Look, if Ethan's gonna eat, then so am I. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm hungry. All right. If you're in chat, feel free to get yourself something to eat too. You know, it's a little snack time, right? Here we go. We'll just see. Oh wait, no. I gotta take the lime out of here. Lime is good though. I love lime. It's one of my favorite things. I put lime in literally everything. Okay, wait. I just don't want the lime in my matcha. Right? I don't want the lime in my matcha milkshake. Milkshake of matcha. Mwahahaha. Multiverse of madness. All right, here we go, chat. Entering the multiverse now. I need to see more of the Doctor. I feel like I kind of liked Doctor Strange. I don't watch Marvel stuff, so I end up just seeing bits and pieces of it here and there. But yeah, when I was on the plane, flying to Thailand, they had 2 Doctor Strange movies, and I watched what was the first one? I think I watched the first Doctor Strange. That's like kind of like the origins of Doctor Strange, and then I watched like half of the Multiverse of Madness. And it wasn't bad. I mean, Doctor Strange is hard to like, I gotta say. Like, as a person, like, he's an asshole. Like, especially when you first see him. When he's that arrogant ass doctor, right? But I don't know if it's that they have his character undergo a dynamic character arc where he like changes, or if I just like warmed up to him or what. But
Excuse me, guys. Need a little privacy here.
What the fuck are they making fun of there? Is that supposed to be like Hassan eating slightly off? Oh my god, chat. They do the fortune teller thing for like.
Two minutes and 20 seconds of Anissa gushing over gorgeous Gabe. And boy, is he gorgeous.
I did.
Wait. Are they trying to do the iDubbbz as a cuck thing? Is that the content that they're cutting here? Why is World of Warcraft in the background?
I did not do my hair myself. I got it done by actually Ian's sparring partner.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ian's sparring partner actually.
Now, let me say this. People will be wondering, are we sure she's talking about his partner? Yes. I'm just going to, at the end, they clarify specifically that this hairdresser's name is Gabe. So, like, you don't even have to doubt it. This is all bona fide.
I looked at him right away, and I'm like, that's for sure the guy.
Yeah, he's a beefcake. He's everything Ian's not. Probably smells good too. Probably don't even shit in his pants. Probably.
Chat, neither of these two gentlemen's is what I would call my type. However, if I had to choose, right? If I had to choose a boyfriend between Ian Idubbbz Joma and Ethan Giardia Klein, right? It wouldn't even be close. Like, I mean, you know, although I feel like I'd be more attracted to the old Idubbbz. He has a certain like dark riz, right? The old Idubbbz, you know what I'm talking about? He looks totally different now. He's like a different guy now. It's not even the same guy. Like if you're dating him before and you're dating him now, you feel like you got a new boyfriend because he changed so much. Yeah, it's got to be Idubbbz. It's got 100% Idubbbz, right? And he's still got, like, I don't know, he's scrappy. You know what I'm saying? He's not big. He's not like some, you know what I'm saying, chat? Like, he's not big, but he's like, you know, he's got like muscles. You know what I mean? He's got a little muscle ripple. Like, I mean, that's kind of sexy. That's all right. That's not bad. Ela doing ASMR. Wait, was she? Poop man bad, yeah. What is the whole thing where he poops his pants? Oh, because Ethan's making fun. Oh, Chad, this is dirty. Ethan is making fun of him because bro has got IBS. Like the guy that thinks there's nothing wrong with infecting his entire family with Giardia thinks that Ian is gross for the fact that he's got IBS. I don't know, chat. I kind of don't want to watch the Idubbbz content. What do you think, chat? Should we hit the goal? We didn't hit the butterfly goal yet. He's giving Joe Rogan talking about anal sex. When did Joe Rogan talk about anal sex? I feel like I have to see that now. I feel like I have to hear that now. I feel like I have to experience Joe Rogan. He'd be like, what would he say? He'd like, ooh. He'd be so grossed out about it. I love Doctor Strange. I'm not a fan of Marvel movies. Yeah, he's like wiry. Yeah. He's not just sinewy, like, right, chat? He's got striations on his. I mean, he doesn't have huge muscles, but he's lean, right? He's got like a cyclist body, which is all right. That's okay. It's from Elephant Graveyard? Oh no. Yeah, send it to me. Send it to me. We'll watch it and then we'll decide, do we want to go into the bonus content now? What is even winning? Elon dirt on Trump. Yo, butterfly. And then pride. So wait, that puts Elon's daughter on Hassan at least 15. If not, is it 20? I feel like it's 20 at least. I don't know. Let me know if I'm shortchanging you here, Omega Star. That's not my intention. So why does H3 always lead to poopy things? Yeah, right? He's a poop man. He's King Poop. He's the Poop Meister. Poop Meister Supreme, chat. That's what he is. That's what he is. That's what he does. Let's take a look at this and we'll decide what we are watching for bonus content. It might actually be...
Whatever. This special will go down as Joe's last.
Oh my god. Oh, Burn the Boats. This one was good. I love Elephant Graveyard, by the way, chat. This is one of my favorite channels. I really like it.
He's like 60 or 70 years old, and it's clear that his heart isn't in it anymore. This thing was just a greatest hits montage of the worst era of this guy's podcast, condensed
Oh no, Jim Brewer.
into an hour.
Did you just assume my gender?
Every great has their final moments, and sometimes we don't even realize it's a final moment until it's already passed us by. Wayne Gretzky had his final goal, his final shift. Michael Jordan, his final dunk.
There he is, whacking the back door.
Elvis, his final song.
I thought you were gonna say his final poop. Dude died on a toilet, so. With a sandwich in his hand.
The last time you ever pick up your son, your final summer sunset, and Joe Rogan, his final stool hump. Gotta go back to 2016. We didn't even realize it at the time, but we were witnessing Joe's final stool fucking. Gotta appreciate every moment like it's the last, guys. He didn't mount that thing once during this special. So disappointing. You gotta play the hits, Joe, come on.
Oh, wait. Yeah, and it was right there. It was right there.
He's this sad
Wait, do I have the right timestamp?
Charles Foster Kane figure. All the money in the world and never satisfied. All his decent friends scared away. The only friends he has left just kiss his ass and tell him he's amazing. That's the only explanation for him thinking this was his greatest set of all time leading up to this live stream. No real
I think Vivien is ahead.
friend would allow Joe to gringo poppy himself. Now this Netflix thing is getting panned by just about everyone. And despite Joe insisting that he doesn't read comments, it's obvious that he does. And the feedback from this thing is going to wound him deeply.
Oh my god, so it's not just us. It's not just the political left that doesn't like his new comedy.
And the weird thing is, he didn't even need to do this. He's got more money than he knows what to do with. He just did this because he still wants people to think he's funny.
If he had just humped the stool, I'm sure that would have been funny.
This guy literally cries when he talks about becoming a
He
stand-up
could have made babies with that stool, chat.
and getting passed at the Comedy Store. He wants to be a comic so bad, and he's just getting torn apart out there.
Who knows what kind of bullshit act I would have had if I didn't run into Mitzi, if I didn't get past at the store. One of the reasons why she passed me is a trick that we all used to do. I learned from the Todd.
Whitest Kids on Earth sketch where the guy eats poop. It's based on Ethan Klein. Wait, do I have the right place here?
Narwhal_ by super chatted $5.
Ooh.
1350 is the timestamp.
Thank you, Narwhal. Yeah, no, I think you did give it to me with the timestamp, but somehow it defaulted to the last time I watched it, I think. I guess. 1350. Okay, we got it. Hopefully 1350 is not a dog whistle. Oh no, it is. Everything, chat. Everything is racism. Everything is racism.
To do this or not, Joe's obsession with ass play gets put front and center. So here we're about to see some clear shadow leakage as Joe graphically describes the unbridled pleasure of anal probing.
Imagine if you have your greatest orgasm ever on an operating table on a spaceship. Oh, Jesus! Make them just jizz all over themselves. Oh, Jesus! Oh, God!
Greatest orgasm ever, he says. Well, that may be so, but Joe, you don't need to wrap that admission up inside a story about aliens. It's not a surprise, guys, if you've been studying Joe.
Not just aliens, but aliens and butt stuff, right? This was the common conception. Wasn't there like a South Park episode about this? About aliens going up Cartman's butt?
Rogan, as long as I have, you'll remember the time he publicly opined on how great it would be to become a woman and get fucked by some guy.
I know you well enough to know. You, Joe Rogan, if there was a technology that could instantly turn you into a woman,
Yeah.
you wouldn't hesitate to turn into
I'd like
a
to
woman.
feel a dick inside me.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
As a woman.
Wait, that's the quintessential aspect of womanhood, is feeling a dick inside you. That's you've reduced it all down to that. Wow.
Yeah, and
I don't think it made me gay. What happens is you become a woman who actually feels the way a woman feels when she's attracted to a
Signed.
man, and a guy with a dick like a battering ram.
Let me try
He's
it.
just gonna send it home.
See what happens.
And you can't wait. You want to feel him come inside your upper rib cavity. Like,
Want to feel it? Sign me up. The point is, like, you would do
some
it.
men, the weakest among us, would be scared of that experience.
Right. Well,
they'd be scared that that experience weakens them and turns them into something that they dismiss.
I would like to feel what it's like to be pregnant.
Really? Yeah. I wonder if amyl nitrate does that. Like, that's the reason why gay guys like poppers. It's because it
opens them up?
relaxes your asshole muscles.
Wait, no, it does. I'm pretty sure it does, but anyway.
True or
Yeah. Yeah, that's part of it's like a feeling of euphoria and also relaxing your asshole muscles.
Or how he enjoys engaging in oral sex with a penis from time to time.
Yeah, I can suck my own dick if I wanted to.
No, you cannot.
Super flexible.
You can't.
No,
Yes.
you
that far.
You know I can.
Okay, that's just some context for you as we examine this next sequence.
That's how they get cum out of donkeys.
Oh my God, that sounds like a Tom Green movie. This was the first South Park episode. It was the first South Park episode? When was the first South Park episode? Wasn't that like the 90s? Like, South Park has been running for like almost as long as The Simpsons.
Oof. Okay. Unfortunately, now it sounds like the crowd's initial excitement and enthusiasm is running on fumes as we've got our first real obvious awkward bomb of the night. The crowd goes completely
I want to hear the
Okay,
bomb.
that's just some context for you as we examine this next sequence.
That's how they get cum out of donkeys.
There were 3 people who laughed. There was 3 laughs.
Oof. Okay.
See, Tom Green can make that work. Tom Green can make that joke work. Joe Rogan, you are no Tom Green. Chat, how wild is that? Dude is less funny than somebody who is, I don't know, 200 times less famous than he is, right? 200 times less famous. And yet Tom Green has no problem making Donkey Kong funny. Joe Rogan, he's still working on it. Wow. That's a huge thing. How do you tell a joke about donkey jizz and it not be hilarious? Like, I would think that would kill. I mean, three guys laughed. Three guys. 1989, Cartman gets an anal probe. Talking about Vosh and the horse. Oh my God. How do you not land that joke? Like, right? It's a donkey. Donkeys are inherently just kind of funny in and of themselves, right? Even if they're not, if we're not talking about anything to do with sex or cum, right? But then you got the sex and you got the I don't know. Maybe it's not that funny. Maybe donkey jokes aren't that funny, chat. I don't know. What? Somebody tell a donkey joke. I don't remember how donkey jokes go. Right? Joe is not joking. He's fantasizing in front of his audience. That does sound like on par with what he was saying earlier, right? All that stuff, right? It just sounds like legitimately. And I'm not saying, chat, I'm not saying he's trans, all right? I'm not here to diagnose anybody with gender dysphoria, all right? I am saying that Joe Rogan is maybe fluid, right? Maybe he's a little bit more, he's gender fluid. Nothing wrong with that. You don't have to boycott Target for that. You don't have to shoot up a rack of Bud Light just because you got a little gender fluidity. It's okay. You got a little gender fluid on you there, Joe. It's all right. It's all right. The one in Ezekiel, there's a donkey joke in Ezekiel? Talking of sucking duck and cock. What? Wait, duck? Oh no, the other DIC. Okay, yeah. Oh my God, chat. I got a funny joke for you. Okay, do you know the brand Duck Head? It's like a brand, right? I think it's like a Southern brand. I'm guessing that because my cousin is Southern, right? So my cousin had a duck head hat, right? And it was a picture of a duck, and it said duck head. And somehow, I don't remember how he did it, but he got a little bit of like pencil eraser on the U for duck head, and it made it look like it was a solid letter rather than a U. You know what I mean? It made it look like an I, right? So my cousin, like, who got a, liked this brand duck head, right? Finally got a duck head hat for his birthday, accidentally turned his duck head hat into a dickhead hat. He walked around with a hat that everybody would be like, "Oh, dickhead! Hey, dickhead! Hey, what's up? Hey, dickhead! Dickhead! What's good, dickhead? What's good?" Wasn't Trainwreck also caught with horse porn? I don't know about that. I haven't even heard that name in forever. Trainwreck used to be on Twitch. Funny story. I never met him though. He never brought me on his panel. And I never brought him on mine either. That would have been hilarious. Oh hey, can you imagine that? Like back in the day, I'm like, hey, we got to get Trainwreck on Bird Brains. Destiny is apolitical. He's just a cult leader. Destiny seemed black-pilled as fuck. Like that Destiny that I saw yesterday when we covered him. Not that anybody saw it because I completely screwed up that stream and went out of order. But I did cover both TYT and Destiny yesterday. If you want to check out that VOD, yeah, it's just like he's not the same. He's not the same. Ever since that revelation, the expose on Destiny has changed him, and he is more nihilistic than anything I've ever seen before. That would have been a train wreck. Yo. Welcome Raiders. Welcome streamer. Welcome to my humble abode. I wasn't watching Joe Rogan. What? No, I wasn't watching. What makes you think I was watching Joe Rogan stand up? No, I don't think that guy's funny. No, we weren't making donkey jokes. No, chat. No, never. No, this is actually Elephant's Graveyard here. This is Elephant's Graveyard, and Joe Rogan apparently. Should we roll this back? I feel like that's a good thing to look. I want to give Raiders a good sense of what we were doing just before you got here. So if the rest of my chat doesn't mind rewatching this, right? We got this whole we're watching this a whole new another side to Joe Rogan, right?
To do this or not, Joe's obsession with ass play gets put front and center. So here we're about to see some clear shadow leakage as Joe graphically describes the unbridled pleasure of anal probing.
Imagine if you have your greatest orgasm ever on an operating table on a spaceship. Oh, Jesus! Make them just jizz all over themselves. Oh, Jesus! Oh, God!
Greatest orgasm ever, he says. Well, that may be so, but Joe, you don't need to wrap that admission up inside a story about aliens. It's not a surprise, guys, if you've been studying Joe Rogan as long as I have. You'll remember the time he publicly opined on how great it would be to become a woman and get fucked by some guy.
I know you well enough to know. You, Joe Rogan, if there was a technology that could instantly turn you into a woman,
yeah,
you wouldn't hesitate.
On second thought, chat, I'd rather not relive this. I don't think it's going to be funnier the second time around. What's up, Bill Boneless? Good to have you here. Thank you for the raid. How was your stream? Everybody go give Bill Boneless a follow if you have not if you have not followed already. Can we get a shout out, mods? Let's see. How about we just go to the bonus content instead of listening to Joe Rogan's gender fluid self-exploration, saying shit that, he would be making fun of years later. Let's just go to Vivien, Hassan, Let's make this happen. All right, so that's the Carolyn Kwan clip. This is the one, right? This is the one.
I am going to have Vivien on now. We have a very special guest on the broadcast today. What's going on?
Yo, Omega Star, thank you for the gifted sub to Bill Boneless. Bill Boneless, you just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing.
You're finally here in person, alive and in the flesh. You gotta speak.
Supposed to speak into this?
Yeah, directly into it. That's the okay. That works. That's good. You are a lot taller than I thought you were.
Oh yes, I'm 6 foot. I am a model.
Yeah,
So there's
that's.
that.
Yeah, you
How
also
tall are you?
you also do the same thing that I do, where you wear boots on top of your
Wear
height.
platform heels.
Yeah, I sometimes yeah.
Okay, let's see if I can read chat or not. It was chill. I'm tired. I want to attempt to make it out to the protest tomorrow. Nice. So I called. Yeah. Everybody check your is there a website for that? No Kings is what we're talking about. No Kings is the protests that we're talking about, and they're all over. All over. If you think there's not one near you, check, because you're probably wrong, right? There's like protests like nearly everywhere. The one place that I wouldn't suggest protesting maybe is Washington, D.C., because Trump has let it be known that he's going to bring down the hammer on anyone protesting in D.C. So I don't think they're organizing one in the Beltway, but just about anywhere else you can check it out.
Yeah, I
love that for you.
I have a pair of Doc Martens that have.
Oh yeah, these are Doc Martens.
Yeah, I have a pair of Doc Martens that have like the thick platforms that I bought online when I wasn't as caked up, I guess, with money.
Oh.
And so I was like, I can't return these. It's too much work.
Yeah.
So I just kept it, and I didn't realize I had big platforms. And then I was like, you know what?
Yeah.
Flex.
Yeah. I have I've had these for like 3 years. They're very, very durable, which I really appreciate.
Yeah.
They can't see the shoes that we're talking about.
They could when you first walked in, probably. Okay,
These are the shoes.
that's crazy.
Yeah.
All right.
They're dirty.
Can we see a
because
height comparison?
Sure.
Yeah. I'm 5'10".
Wow.
No, you were not.
I lie. I lie sometimes.
Wait, let's see that again. I mean, it's impossible to judge, isn't it? They're out of frame. I wonder if they realize. Yeah, Hassan is maybe 1 or 2 inches taller than her.
I'm 5'10".
No, you were not.
I lie. I lie sometimes.
You're the first man I've ever seen who lies about his height in the opposite way.
Well, it's because it's like I've realized that that's more of a threat to other men because like they always lie. They always lie about how tall they are. They like add additional inches.
Yes.
So if I subtract additional inches and dudes are standing next to me,
it makes them more insecure.
If I subtract inches, then
They're
they're
trying to
lying and
torture them.
they're like 5'4".
Oh, I see.
Yeah. Hassan, don't fucking take my height for a joke. See, yeah, they get real touchy about this stuff. So this past week has been an interesting one.
So for anyone who doesn't know who this woman is, why Hassan is talking to her, this is Vivien, daughter of Elon Musk, and somebody that grew up with Elon Musk as a dad. And you know, just knows entirely too much about Elon.
Oh, well,
considering that there has been a very the girlies are fighting.
They are fighting.
They're fighting. How's that been from your you put out a Instagram video saying I told you so or something
I did
along
not
those
say
lines.
I told you so. I said I love being proven right because I was.
What were you proven right about this past week? What took place that you could have been right about this past week? Let's start there.
Well, if you put
she said she's 6 foot and Haas is like 6'4".
2 men of that variety into a room together and force them to collaborate when both of them are very, how do I say this?
Divas.
No.
Egomaniacal man children.
Well, yes.
Thin-skinned narcissists.
They do have like a good interaction, right? They play off each other well.
But
despite the generational, separation of all things cultural.
Power hungry, thin-skinned narcissists.
Oh, you're not stopping, are you?
Okay, go on.
It is basically a matter of time, and we saw that matter of time end. And you know what I did during that?
The other thing about Vivien is Kaya absolutely loves her.
What?
I did not give a fuck. No, when that happened, it was like an hour before.
You can see Kaya woke up when she came in.
I had scheduled a stream where I was supposed to talk about Eurovision with this drag queen who I love named Maxi Rainbow. Shout out. And I was like, I have been looking forward to this all week. I am not letting this shit interrupt my plans. Absolutely not.
Feel you.
Yeah.
I, on the other hand, did let it interrupt my plans.
Oh,
I had Feroz Sidwa.
Frenemies reboot with Haas and Vivien.
A trauma surgeon from Stockton who did 2 tours in Gaza.
I feel like she fit in really well on Fear and
as a healthcare professional.
Yeah.
Sitting in the backyard waiting for me to be done with my coverage over the girlies fighting.
It seems like good content.
No, he
for
was
you,
chill.
honestly.
He was chill about it. He's like, I know. I know what's up.
Oh, I thought you meant you had a trauma surgeon because of the. Okay. Yeah,
no,
I
had
got
him. I had
Yes,
an interview
that makes
lined
a lot
up.
more
I had an
sense.
interview lined up with him, and then I made him wait because I'm a charlatan.
Yeah, docs do have a good sense of people usually, right? I'm not speaking of the dogs that picked up racism from their owners, but yeah.
What have you been doing since you've been back in LA?
I have been doing a few, I've been getting some modeling gigs in. I've met a lot of people, some very lovely people, especially in the trans community, which I'm very, very thankful for. And I've just been living my life, honestly. Yeah.
What are some upcoming things that you got lined up?
Well, I am doing my first drag show in a week. I'm very, very excited for that. I've been working very hard to get everything together. So I hope it all comes together because it might be like it all comes together at the last moment type of deal, but it should be fun. It should be really fun. I really enjoy the mix, and
But you're gonna be a participant, or you're gonna be a judge?
In it. Thank you.
It's like, what do you do? Like, that's what you do, right? Why are you laughing? I'm trying.
What the fuck is?
I don't know. Like,
isn't this? Oh my god.
It seems like you're not appreciative of me voguing. That's not a vogue?
Starting a new hobby comes in a lot of different forms. I guess that's one of them. They cannot hear you.
Maybe.
Oh my
if
god.
I yell,
okay.
they can hear me.
Don't do that.
There's a noise gate. Okay.
Oh, that's his Vogue?
I mean, it's crunchy, but that's not entirely wrong.
That's
Yeah.
That's the most my knees are gonna.
Your knees. Okay, I don't want to fucking fall because that would be really embarrassing.
That's crazy. Okay, that was impressive. I can't do that. You call
my form is not great. I'm working on it.
She said crunchy. Is she talking about crepitus? Like, right? You like where your joints crunch? Does he have the joint crunch? You know what's funny, chat? I used to get that. And I mean, not a lot, but I don't get it at all now. Like, I got no crunchiness in any joint in my body. I have not heard any crepitus. The technical term for that is crepitus, chat. I haven't heard there. I can, move any joint in my body in any direction. There is no sound. There is no sound with it.
My knees crunchy. You kidding me? You have fucking boots with heels on, and you just popped off. And does it make it easier to do it with heels, or is it harder?
Harder, but most people in bowling.
Here we go.
All right. Have you ever been to a deck?
Wait, did they cut out the Kaya moment? Don't know. That's like half of what I wanted to see.
Then.
Oh my God! Wait, did they just literally cut? Did they edit Kaya out? Were they're really like, no, this is a clip of Hassan and Vivien. Like, we're not interested in seeing Kaya beg for attention. I am always interested in seeing Kaya beg for attention. Right? That's one of her best qualities. God damn.
I had to Google what that was.
Okay.
no.
Well, you're a weeb. You literally lived in Japan. This is.
Okay.
You're supposed to know. You're supposed to know what a deco den is.
I heard like when you first texted me Decoden, I thought it had like I saw deck and was like there's something to do with the number 10. I did not put it together and I had to Google what it was.
No. What is a deco den? Deco den is a term for a style of decorating accessories. The term deco is short for decorated and den is short for denwa, meaning phone in Japanese.
Oh. I was going to say that a deco den is like if you repurpose one of the rooms in your house for decoration, right? So you got a glue gun, you've got like containers of glitter, a little button, you know what I mean? Your den is now set up to decorate, right? That's a deco den, but apparently not. It's about phones.
Did you know that?
I did know that.
Wow. Wait,
I could watch it on his VOD. Yeah, that's true. If I could figure out which VOD it was. Stopped watching Hassan on YouTube because of the horrible edits. That's mostly the bot channel that does the horrible edits. Hasanabi Archive. I have said do not recommend this channel to me anymore because it's literally a bot channel.
Speak Japanese, right?
And they edit with bots too. Or they edit with AI. It's terrible.
A bit.
Hit us with some Japanese terms.
Oh God.
Speak Japanese.
I don't want to.
Do it. Do it.
What? I just say Chad, if somebody asked me to speak Japanese, I would just say Haichoba.
I don't want to.
Okay, that was good enough.
Sure.
Close enough. Konichi warts.
What?
You've never seen that guy? Chat.
Konichi
Send me the
wart?
TikTok. Your mic is cutting in and out, by the way. You guys.
I swear to God, I saw this segment before, maybe from a different industrial complex channel, and the Kaya part was intact, right? Coming up, clip cuts off on mid-sentence. Yeah, those things.
Oh my God.
Real, yeah. You gotta get up close and personal with it.
Is this man?
He's so annoying. I don't know. There's something about Vivien that makes the old head in Hassan come out extra. Do you know what I'm saying? Like it's a unk magnifier. It's a unk multiplier. Yeah, I think Vivien has the unk multiplier on, and she hits Hassan with that unk multiplier, and immediately he's like talking about the 70s, like time periods where he was never even alive, right? He's like,
We'll see.
一瞬僕の動画撮ってくれないですか？お母さんに送る動画なんですけど、いいですか？はい。じゃあこれこのままで。あ、このままで。はい。
What's happening, Kaya?
Oh my God.
There we go. That's what we want. That's what we're looking for. Yes, the uncoplier. Yeah, exactly.
No.
I made a friend.
What is this?
I made a friend.
She guessed this way in front of guests all the time. She will literally just be like, "Nah, it's my time to shine."
She hits him with that uncle combo.
Don't care. All right, don't. This is bad parenting.
Well, I'm not the parent, so
I know
it's not
I'm
my
the parent. That's why I'm okay. All right, Kaya.
No.
Place.
Oh, come back.
No.
She's scared of Hassan. Aw.
No.
Oh my goodness.
Get down.
Hassan bad.
It's crazy. Here.
Minasan konnichiwa. Hajimete.
7-Eleven. What the hell is this?
Onigiri master.
Is he doing like a character or something? Is this a character from?
We're gonna go to a deco den. This is Girly Pop Nation. Okay.
Yes.
This is Girly Pop Nation time. And in an effort to make sure that this is a Girly Pop Nation time, I'm bringing two of the most girly of the girly pops that I know.
Well,
along for the journey. We're gonna go to a deco. I'm not very good at arts and crafts, so I have no idea how this is gonna work.
Chat, the most romantic date anybody ever invited me on was like somebody. I don't know what it was, but it was something. It was like a Like it was a place where you go and you do pottery, right? They like give you pottery, they give you a wheel, they show you how to do it, and you make pottery together. Or I think they also had paints there. It was basically the date was to go to a place that indulges your art dilettante. And look, I'm not an artist at all, okay? And I wasn't really interested in doing that, but I did like that this person correctly identified that I like creative stuff. I like to make things, and that I'm not like other girls, right? They did correctly identify, and that was actually sweet. That was actually really sweet. I was like, you know, like that was a nice date to ask me on. I don't think we ended up going there. I think I think I suggested something else, but it was a very sweet. You know, the sentiment was right on, right?
We were also going to go to a Pop Mart first, but I feel like we're not going to have a lot of time to do that. Are you familiar with Pop Mart? Do you fuck with Pop Mart?
What is Pop Mart?
Labubus?
Oh, no.
You don't have Labubus?
No, you don't have a Labubu.
Does Gen Z not fuck with Labubus? I thought that was like a Gen Z thing.
Is it a Gen Z? It's not my thing.
I'm trying to learn.
Do you think that she is into all brain rot? You think that you're just going to be like, hey, well, let's put on some skibbity toilets and, you know what I mean?
I'm trying to learn from you,
You know what
about what Girly Pop Nation is all about. And also, this is a learning experience for me.
Lububus. You know what the Lububu thing reminds me of? Okay,
What?
so in medieval times, the Netherlands was like obsessed with tulips.
You are such a nerd.
The Netherlands was like obsessed with tulips, and some tulips got insanely expensive. And a show of wealth was having tulips outside your door, and some tulips could be more expensive than a house. And
Chat, when I went to the Netherlands, I slept between tulips. I had the most fucked up experience. Any Nederlanders in chat? Anyone from any Dutch folk in my chat right now? I'm curious, right? Ik spreek geen Nederlander. Yeah, that was what I learned to say, to just like let people know that I don't speak your freaky deaky Dutch, okay? I speak American. We speak American, right? So I end up in Amsterdam, of all places, on Queen's Day, and I should have known right off, right, that when I took the train into I think it was Schiphol, right? I couldn't get there. They made me get off before I got to Schiphol, and I was just kind of like, what? No, like, I want to go to the city center. I want to go to Schiphol, right? You know, right. So I don't remember. Somehow I managed to get to Schiphol anyway, right? Even though the train wouldn't take me there. And I didn't realize this. I walk out, that Amsterdam is more crowded than I've ever seen it before. Everyone is wearing orange. People have these little like Dutch flags. They have like the barrettes, you know, where it's got the little Dutch flags on it, and it like the alien thing, but it's like with like Dutch flags, right? And it's Queen's Day, right? And just at the time, you know, there was a queen. I guess it would be King's Day now, right? Is somebody correct me, right? Somebody more Dutch than me correct me, but anyway, so you know, like I had never had trouble finding a place to stay, a hostel to stay in Amsterdam, right? Because they're all over the place, right? And usually you get a better deal walking around than you do like looking for a deal on the internet, right? Usually you can find a really nice cheap hostel in a place that you want to be at, right? Pretty easily, right? But this time I'm walking to all the places that I know, and they're like, no vacancy, no vacancy, no vacancy, no vacancy. And I am just like, oh my God, what do I do? Like, I'm asking people that I know in town, do you possibly have an extra bed? I finally run into a group of girls that were, I think, studying abroad there. And they were Canadian, right? So we hit it off. We're like, oh, hey, English speaker, you know, right? And one of one of them was like, yeah, you can stay with us. We've got like a place. You'd have to sleep on, the floor, but we want to take care of you. And like, they were going out, and I had a suitcase. I was like, I literally just need to put this suitcase down, right? Because I'm carrying a suitcase with me on Queen's Day, and I need to do something with this. So I'm like, listen, I'm gonna find someplace. I'll hit you up, at some point. But I didn't get back to them. I end up hanging out with these like English kids that are like they're a band or something like that. There was the drummer and the guitar player and the singer, like they were all there from England. And they are in the same kind of situation where they're like, we don't know where we're going to stay either. So they start asking around in like all these hostels that they know. And they're like, no vacancy, no vacancy, no vacancy, no vacancy. So like, they're like, you know what we're going to have to do? We're going to have to sleep in the rough. And I'm like, the rough? Where's the rough? Is that a hostel? No, we're going to sleep in the rough. We're going to sleep rough. Right. And like, yeah, no. So they end up finding this park, and there's this, this big swath of tulips, and they're kind of high, right? The tulips are all grown out, right? So we figured that if we slept in the middle of the tulips, nobody could see us, right? Because that was a big deal. Because if you're in Amsterdam, there are always roving gangs of British hooligans running around, looking for a fight, looking for trouble, seeing someone sleeping in the rough, and assuming that they are a homeless person for them to fuck with, right? So like, and these people were back and forth and shit like that, but we all like kind of slept like together amidst the tulips, and actually just kind of like, cuddled up to each other for body. It was this giant like this pile. We just like. And it was the weirdest experience ever. It was the weirdest experience. I swear to God, somebody was having sex. Like, I don't know who it was, but that pile was kind of moving, chat, because somebody in the pile, two people were like having sex, like, right? And like, I didn't get any sleep at all. And the next day, right, I get up early in the morning and I go to a hostel and I'm like, do you have any vacancy? And they're finally like, yes, and I'm like, oh my God, thank you so much, right? Can I? And they're like, well, the room will be ready at 4:00. I'm like, no. I don't need the room to be cleaned at all. I would like the room dirty. I would like the dirty. I just put me in a room so I can put my suitcase down and not feel, because it's the worst thing in the world. Queen's Day, the Dutch Queen is still alive. Okay. Queen's Day is like a great holiday. It's a lot of fun. I mean, it's better than the 4th of July. It's kind of like the Dutch 4th of July, but it's better. It's a lot of fun. But you can't have fun when you're carrying around a giant suitcase, right? And it was just like, I couldn't quite get that across. Like, I just like need to put the suitcase somewhere. I need to deposit this somewhere because I can't, a cuddle puddle. Yeah, exactly. Anyway, story time.
The Labubu crisis reminds me of, and I'm calling it a crisis because it is a crisis.
Okay.
The Labubu bubble.
My mom liked that. She's laughing in the other room. Okay, the tulip crisis. So you think the Labubu is going to cause the stock market to crash?
Well, no, but I do think the Labubu crash will hurt the hearts of many Labubu stans.
People say Labubu's rising in popularity is a recession indicator.
Well, I think everything is just a recession at this point.
You think a recession is imminent?
I'm not an economist, but based on the current economic ongoings, yes, probably. Okay, so the thing about that is there was an article about my response. I think it was Vanity Fair who said I was channeling Patti LuPone, and I'm like,
wait, when did they say this?
This was like yesterday with my response.
They said this yesterday?
Yeah, and I'm like, I wasn't channeling Patti LuPone. It was
wait, your response to
the drama. I was just like, I do not want to comment. It was not Patti LuPone. It was a Naomi Campbell reference. First of all,
I'm sorry, that was who wrote that piece.
I don't know.
Put them on blast.
Well, they asked me, and then I didn't respond because I was asleep.
No, they were trying to equate it to so Patti LuPone.
Yeah.
Did this New Yorker profile. That was like the beginning of the drama.
Okay.
But at the end of it, they ask her, so what do you think of Audra McDonald, who is starring in Gypsy? She's most likely going to win her 7th Tony tomorrow. Patti, who famously also played Mama Rose and Gypsy, she pauses for 15 seconds, literally 15 seconds, and then goes,
Okay.
"Oh, what a beautiful day!" Like that was the end of the piece. So
Oh, okay,
that's why
that
they were
was-
trying to act like
Oh.
you being like, "Oh, I've got
Okay,
nothing
so
to say
no,
on
I
this."
understand why they would think that. I had no idea she did that. Full T.
I don't know.
Yeah, but all of
who
Broadway is
any
so
of these
mad at
people
her,
are.
so no one's
Okay.
mad at you.
Why are people mad at Patty LePew?
Patty
don't.
LePew?
LaPone. Patty LaPone.
Pew pew.
She said it like 5 times.
I
How did
say
you?
it like 5 times.
Patty LaPone.
What is up with the fact I've noticed this, chat? The better a friend of Hassan you are, the more shit you give him, the more you bust his balls, right?
I'm a big fan. Love her work on
You know,
Broadway.
I don't even, but like, I don't even bother trying to explain this kind of stuff to him.
Yeah.
Because
But yeah, like the tulip orgy, right? The other thing about that, I just remembered this, right? Okay, so the lead guitarist was actually kind of hot, right? And like, I mean, I don't usually crush on dudes that I just met, but there was something about him. I don't know. And I don't know, like somehow I end up catching the eye of the drummer. Like the drummer is really interested in me, but I'm really interested in the lead guitarist, right? And it was almost like because of the fact that he is not the lead guitarist, it made him like less, you know, like the drummer's not a bad looking guy either, right? But because he's not the dude that I was focused on and like, right, I just like, and I end up sleeping right next to the drummer, right? It's just really uncomfortable. This guy that's obviously, into me, and that I am most certainly, for whatever reason at the time, I just no interest, right? I don't even remember why, right? Because he doesn't seem like a bad consolation prize, but I was focused on the guitarist.
it doesn't register.
It doesn't register.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm a big fan of
Patty
Broadway
LePew?
and Broadway musicals.
Name 5 musicals right now.
No, he will say no.
Chicago, Moulin Rouge,
Okay.
Phantom of the Opera.
Les Mis. You gotta say Les Mis. You gotta say Les Mis.
And,
What is Donald Trump's favorite favorite musical?
That was Phantom of the Opera.
No, other one.
Cats?
Yes.
Cats is his favorite?
Wait, do you not
With his
know?
5.
Donald Trump's favorite? Oh my God.
No, Donald Trump was a massive Andrew Lloyd Webber
with
fan.
Broadway and with Andrew Lloyd Webber.
Yeah.
He loves Cats.
The musical?
Back
By
in
the
the
way,
80s.
did you guys, can you, excuse me, before we move on to other Girly Pop Nation, I just nailed 5, okay? And I
you
had
did.
more in the tank.
That was impressive.
I had more in
But
the
half
fucking
of those
tank.
you know because they're Donald Trump's favorite musicals.
No.
Yeah, Donald Trump he is Mr. Mistopheles, right? He's the human embodiment.
Oh, I've watched
had no
all of
idea
them. My
that.
mom wanted me to be gay.
That's true.
I've told you the story. She made me watch all these Broadway
Your
musicals.
mom wanted you to be
You
gay.
are a disappointment.
What? No, 100%. I am a disappointment. That's true. No, I am the living, breathing example that you can't make your
Hold
child gay
on.
because my mom tried so fucking hard. Like if the conservatives were right and you could just be hit with like a gay ray,
Yeah.
I would be the
I
gayest.
dropped-
It's all good. Don't worry
I
about
kicked
it.
something.
No,
I'm
it's
so
trash.
sorry.
I'd be the gayest dude on the planet. She took me to musicals all the fucking time.
Oh yeah, good point. He named 4.
Literally nonstop to a certain degree, to so much so that I was like, all right, like this is crazy. Oh, I didn't even say Les Miserables.
That's what I was saying. I was trying to help him. I knew that like would be the 5th one that, like, if you're talking about basic, musicals, right? Like you gotta have Les Mis.
No, the pronunciation was bad. I was just shocked.
Wait, did your mom try to get you to be in musicals? Did she want you to be a little theater boy? A little theater.
My mom actually put makeup on me before I even ever put makeup on myself, and it was for the Nutcracker. For some reason, my class, like they it's the school Nutcracker, right? And my class, like they give you out roles based on what class you're in. And my class was the dancing candy canes. a terrible costume, chat. A dangerous costume, in fact, right? You're wrapped up in a paper tube somehow that's painted like a candy cane, and you can't quite move your legs, right? Your arms are sticking out, right? I think, yeah, but you can't quite move your legs, right, without busting open the costume. And so you're doing this dance across the stage. We are the candy canes. We are the candy canes, right? And my mom put like it was like this blush, you know, she puts like it in like, you know, horror, like the most it looks like the way a kid would put makeup on themselves. Like in fact, I don't even think it was blush. I think she straight up took like lipstick and she put in a little rosy circle on my cheek and a little rosy circle on my other cheek and eyeliner. And I got so mad at her, right? Because like my mom's terrible. When she combs my hair, she doesn't recognize that my hair gets stuck and you can't she gets impatient and she's like breaking my hair and everything. I'm like, Mom, stop it. You're hurting my head. And she's like, no, she's like, gotta make you look respectable, right? Gotta comb your hair so you look less feminine. You look too feminine. Let me see if I do it like this, do the part over here. Yeah, there we go. Right. But yeah, in this one, she's trying to do me up in like, you know, like with the you know, the rouge and the you know, eyeliner, and I don't remember, did she do mascara on me? I was so pissed with her. I was so pissed off. And she got mad at me too. She was like, you're gonna fucking play. You need to look like a goddamn candy cane. Don't you understand? The candy cane's gotta have eyeliner. The candy cane needs to, why does the candy cane, I mean, I could see the rosy, you know, cheeks maybe, right? It works with the costume, but like, why do I need eyeliner? It was wild. It was wild. What do you think, Chad, if I talked to her, she would be like, it's my fault. It's my fault you're this way. I should have never put the makeup on you. I made it seem so appealing. And I was like, Mom, trust me, you made it seem anything but appealing. That is like the most horrid makeup that has ever existed, right? You fucking lipstick on my cheeks, like as rouge, you know, to have the like, oh my God. Yeah, no, it's. Yeah, why does the candy cane need eyeliner? I don't get it. So chat, ugh. Should we watch Anthony Weiner? I was saving it for a special occasion, but I kind of want to watch Anthony Weiner. Wait, did I spell it wrong? Wait, what the fuck? That's actually Dasha? Oh no, chat, this is classic. Oh no, chat, should we do this? That's actually Dasha. Did he really date her? This is the lore I don't have. This is the lore I don't know anything about. Oh no, I think I typed Anthony Penis by accident instead of Anthony Weiner. I just got it mixed up, chat. It's a different word for that. Okay, Anthony Weiner. There we go. Anthony Weiner. Oh my God. Wait. We got it. Okay, wait. Is this gonna be horrible? If you don't know, chat, Dasha is one half of Red Scare. You got 3 podcasts: Cumtown, Chapo Trap House, and Red Scare. They are all known as Dirtbag Left. They are all like edgy, comedy adjacent, lefty podcasts, right? Red Scare goes in a third positionist direction, right? Their socialism is very conservative socialism, let's just say. And they end up just becoming chuds. They end up becoming straight up, you know, tradcath weirdos. What is this? Okay, is this going to get me in trouble? Adam Friedland calls out Dasha for lying about him.
Has Adam made me come from penetrative sex?
Dasha, be honest. Be honest.
Well, there's clitoris.
I don't even know if they were actually dating. I don't know if they were dating or that them dating was a bit.
No, shut the fuck up.
Okay.
Every time. Multiple times.
Oh my God. Okay. Well, Anthony Weiner. Yeah, that's how you spell. Okay, it's not Anthony Penis. There he is. He does look like a penis though. One could be forgiven for. Oh no! What? Card posting? Oh, chat. This is even better.
Hello there.
It's card posting.
I'm a long-time progressive
friend of the VOD.
An activist. And here on my YouTube page, I like to make simple little videos.
Oh my God.
Most of them
I'm going to turn him up.
Sharing thoughts and opinions of mine that are informed by my politics. Today, I want to talk for a little bit about a controversial US political figure, one who's been out of the limelight for close to a decade now, but who's been sticking their head out into politics again and doing a number of...
Sticking their head out, chat. He's talking about Anthony Weiner. Just notice all the little puns. Dude is Australian, okay? He's got a sense of humor that if you don't pay attention, it'll go right over your head. It'll go right past you, right? But he said Anthony Weiner has been sticking his head out a little bit more. He's been, sticking his head out of the foreskin a little bit more lately.
As of late. In case you didn't know, disgraced former US Congressman Anthony Weiner has been eyeing another bid for public...
Why did all these video results for high school gymnastics? Oh no, I typed Anthony Kiedis. Wait, is there something with Anthony Kiedis? Did Anthony Kiedis have a scandal? Irene, did you ever really try to get card posting onto your stream? No, I don't know how to contact him other than like the comments of video, and most comments he doesn't answer. But no, I would love card posting. If you ever end up seeing this, understand that I would love to have you on to talk about any number of things. I think you're an interesting creator. I have massive amounts of respect for your takedown of one Alec Gunter. That was one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen on the internet. I'm sure we don't agree on everything, but I would definitely agree to have a little chit chat with card posting if he was interested.
Public office recently. And as part of a big PR push, he's been doing a number of radio shows and TV spots and even...
So now, chat, the joke here is that Adam Friedland, has weird dudes on, right? And he makes fun of them. Like, he had Destiny on, and Destiny thought it was just going to be, Destiny didn't realize that Adam ended up debating him and just dismantling Destiny. Adam's not even a debate guy, right? And he just destroys Destiny with comedy, right? So, that's a lot of what he does, right? He's not like having people on because he loves and respects them, right? I don't know if card posting knows that. Again, he's an Australian. He's looking at the United States from the outside, and maybe concerned about somebody that's what did he do? He sent pictures of his member, not his member. He didn't cut it off, chat, and send it. I mean, he sent pictures. He sent pictures of his member to a number of people who did not ask for those pictures. One of them who was 17.
Podcast interviews. I found out about all this because a couple of days ago now, Weiner made a surprising appearance as an interviewee on the premier centre-left internet-based sit-down politics hour, The Adam Friedland Show. I just saw the show myself, and it's pretty clear. Anthony Weiner...
I want to know if card posting is a complete, completely new to Adam Friedland. Is this his first Adam Friedland experience? And if so, what does it look like? Like, right? If you don't know anything about Adam Friedland, you know nothing about Comtown. I'm just assuming. I could be wrong about this. Maybe card posting knows everything about everything. But you know, what would you think of Adam Friedland? And you know, what would you make of him?
Is evil.
Yeah, Anthony Weiner definitely. Well, I mean, he is literally evil. Chat. He did Frazzle Drip with Hillary Clinton, right? That was his computer in Pizzagate, right? It was Anthony Weiner's computer that had the file on it called Frazzle Drip that purportedly showed Hillary Clinton and Huma Abedin, his wife, engaged in all kinds of extracurricular activities with each other, and also turning little kids' faces into prosciutto, like, you know, sawing off like layers of skin, or I don't know. It's some horrible story from QAnon, right? Where they're like, this is what Hillary Clinton gets up to. Now, listen, to be real, okay? Hillary Clinton, Huma Abedin, Anthony Weiner, and Tony Podesta are legitimately weird people. All right. There's some legitimately weird stuff going on with these people. There's nothing that ever, you know, like supported the QAnon theories of they're drinking adrenochrome out of little kids, right? Or shaving people, like shaving meat off of their faces or some, you know, whatever was supposed to be in Frazzle Drip, right? That's obviously nonsense, right? But they you know, they chose a believable subject for this nonsense, right? If anybody was going to be involved in some kind of you know, you know, adrenochrome harvesting operation, yeah, I mean those are the correct suspects, right?
And that's just what I wanted to efficiently point out to everyone today. I'll link the episode.
Look, card posting Illuminatus confirmed. Who did that? Who did that in Twitch chat? Who put the Illuminatus on card posting? Yo, Witchery Rocky, you got it.
Anyone who wants to go watch it in full. But I'll just be pulling out a few choice clips here to illustrate my point. So I'll just jump right into it. One of the first real questions the host, Friedland, puts to Mr. Weiner is on the matter of whether or not sitting members
Mr. Weiner
of Congress should be allowed to trade
Is that what he calls his cock? I think his cock is Mr. Weiner.
In industries they're also ostensibly meant to be legislating for and regulating and so on. Here's the clip.
Yeah, but people have money. How the hell does she know what stocks to get behind? A lot of people are rich. Yeah, are you not familiar with that? Like I'm making a joke about how, like, yeah, and I'm not playing along. Why? You think that members of Congress?
So yeah, it was funny because Anthony went along with a lot of the comedy that Adam was doing. It seemed like it was hard to tell. Chat, what do you think? Do you think Anthony Weiner was playing along with him, or do you think that Anthony Weiner was like, was he really mad? I thought he was doing a bit. I thought he had watched enough Adam Friedland that he kind of knew what clips, what episodes popped off, and he was trying to make one of those episodes.
Should own stocks?
Why shouldn't members of Congress own stock? It's the most transparent fucking body on earth.
I think that
every fucking word is published somewhere. Every word that's said.
That if you have an investment in something,
go ahead,
and there's a piece of legislation that would threaten that investment, do you think that is a conflict of interest?
No,
because what the fuck are you talking about?
It's ghoulish. It really is absolutely disgusting hearing this man who used to be in Congress and who is once again seeking higher office to say blatantly that insider trading is fine. Hell, what he's saying is fine here is worse than.
I think what he's trying to say, what if I got him right, is that everything that happens in Congress, right, gets transcribed and notated and stuff, right? Everything that they're talking about in Congress, right, it becomes part of the record, and that, like, if somebody really wanted, if there was stock tips in there, if there was secret information, in other words, if you got insight that would help you make money in the stock market out of being involved in congressional activities, then, you know, other people could just read the record. right? So I think that's what Anthony Weiner's trying to say, but that still doesn't, I mean, like that doesn't mean that you don't have more information, right? That doesn't mean that you're not hearing things privately that might, give you an advantage.
Regular insider trading. If you're an American voter, you'd expect your congressmen and your senators are supposed to regulate Wall Street and try to curb financial crime, not just partake in it. But Weiner goes on to...
DJ Giga says, do you see it? If you want to make the emotes like appear on the screen, you got to spam them. And you have my permission. You have my permission to spam emotes.
Use the fact that elected officials like Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer and him, I guess, are blatantly manipulating the stock market by buying an industry.
He seemed pretty defensive about it. Yeah, that was the interesting thing. Is like part of the interview, you could convince yourself that maybe Anthony Weiner was playing along, that he just he's being standoffish, but he's being standoffish in a way that's funny. And given that he's familiar with Adam Friedland's work, it makes me think that he's playing along with him. Like in the same way that Adam Friedland with Hassan on wasn't funny because they know each other and they're friends. They can't, it's harder for them to play off that, weird, uncomfortable energy, which is the essence of Adam Friedland's interview, right? The Chris Cuomo interview, the Chet Hanks interview, the Dave Portnoy interview, right? All of these are classics in the world of the Adam Friedland show. But yeah, the Hassan one was just like two bros talking, and it wasn't very interesting.
They make laws regarding by saying, well, the laws we make affect so many industries, all industries really, that there isn't any type of stock you could even buy that isn't affected in some way by our laws.
Let's say you already have an investment, and this would threaten that investment. Is it morally correct?
Of legislation
Wait. He was supposedly a gifted politician. Yeah, that's one thing I do want to say about Anthony Weiner, is that for the time that he existed in, he had some of the best takes, right? As far as his politics, he was as progressive as you could get at the time, right? But yeah, I mean, he just had like scandal after scandal after scandal, and then the last scandal involved a 17-year-old.
Threaten and enhance every investment.
And yes, it was him sending pictures of Mr. Weiner to the 17-year-old.
It's not bumper sticker.
Over it.
There are so many.
This is like wafer thin, man. Oh my God, the conflict of interest.
It doesn't matter being right. It doesn't matter being right.
He sounds like Destiny. Like he's got like Destiny energy.
Right? And it sounds bad to people that members of Congress come in with not a lot of money and leave incredibly wealthy.
Dude,
okay?
My dude, listen, I understand.
He said my dude. He just said my dude. Chat, now is this a phrase that was popular 7 years ago in the millennial vernacular, finally making its way to Gen X? Is that what we're seeing? When he says my dude, is that what that is? Did my dude just take that long to filter down to his generation? Or is he like, I don't know, a Destiny viewer?
People have a wafer thin.
Wait, he turned out to be right libertarian? When did that happen? So Anthony Weiner was one of these dipshits like Hunter Biden or Vosh with a bunch of sus stuff on their laptop? I guess. I guess.
Virtually translucent knowledge of politics that gets reinforced by assholes like you, and I'm supposed to go, oh yeah, that's up to it.
Why is that asshole?
You're choosing the wrong correlative. The correlative is that these are people that are exposed to a lot of rich people. So the idea that
so he's saying that there is insider knowledge that informs the trading of Congress people, but it's not from their activities as Congress people. It is from their clout and their connections, right? You know, a lot of rich people, you get a lot of inside information. That's Anthony Weiner's claim.
Inside information, every single thing that goes on in the economy.
Destiny used to say "my dude." I don't think he says it anymore. I think this was like 4 years ago when Destiny said "my dude" a lot.
Sometime or another, the United States Congress touches upon. So basically you're saying, well, you've got all this inside knowledge about everything on earth. Literally, as a member of Congress from Brooklyn, I was voting on agriculture policy. Didn't mean that I have inside information on soybean prices. It's a stupid premise. Now, if you want to say that rich people become members of...
But here's what I'll say, all right? If you're on the agricultural committee and you are meeting in secret to craft the next farm bill, right? Can you really tell me that you're not going to have any sort of insight on the environment in which these, is he talking about commodities, right? Are you not going to have any insight on, you're working on upcoming legislation, right? Yes, it could get changed. Yes, it could get voted down, right? Yes, maybe that bill doesn't pass and you use last year's, but you got some insight on the legislation that's likely to pass, don't you? Don't you? At least a little bit? Is it just me, or is he being like kind of purposefully obtuse?
Congress, bounce off other rich people, have information and investment opportunities that normal Mrs. Krapalucci doesn't have.
Mrs. Krapalucci, you're talking shit about Mrs. Krapalucci. Excuse me, sir. Miss Krapalucci, I know Miss Krapalucci. She is a good woman. She does not deserve to be drawn into this, okay? Miss Krapalucci did not do insider trading, all right? And she most certainly did not do frazzle drip with Huma Abedin and Hillary Clinton at the Comet Pizzeria's basement, which doesn't exist.
Right, but it has nothing to do with the work of Congress, with being in a committee and saying, this line 17 here, which no one can read, says that we're going to start investing in AI. I'm going to go invest in AI. That's bullshit.
Okay. Well, I would think then...
Well, don't you have access to it before it even comes out of committee? Yeah, Krapalucci is innocent, yeah.
All the more reason you and people like you shouldn't be in the stocks game. And the thing he says about how everything that happens in Congress is public and therefore it's fine breaks apart under scrutiny too. Take a look at this.
Why shouldn't members comment on stock? It's the most transparent fucking body on earth.
I think that
every fucking word is published somewhere.
First of all, everything that happens in the US Congress isn't public. Take, for instance, right before COVID-19 was officially announced publicly as being a big national public health emergency, Congress had a closed door hearing about it days prior. Then all the reps and senators mysteriously reorganized their stock portfolios before the news of the pandemic hit the public. What happened there? Closed door. That means no one outside gets to know what happened inside. It doesn't seem very transparent to me.
What do you think, chat?
Here's the thing.
Does card posting have a point? Because, Adam Friedland is just hitting Anthony Weiner with what everybody thinks about Congress. This is not controversial. You'll hear, this insider trading thing from right-wingers, just like you'll hear this insider trading thing from left-wingers, right? I think this is a pretty common viewpoint. But what Anthony Weiner is trying to say here is that, this is just an idiotic, thought. This is just what morons think, right? This is
thing. 10 years ago, Anthony Weiner used to get up on the floor of Congress and yell, "The Republican Party is a wholly owned subsidiary of the insurance industry." So, was that always a charade for the cameras? Or do you think it's just plain old hypocrisy here then? Just about everything in this interview is like that. It's thoroughly disgusting. A couple standout moments for me.
You watched Adam Friedland interview and you thought disgusting?
Is how Weiner repeatedly refers to himself.
Weiner. Chad, I kind of love how he says Weiner. How Weiner.
As working class and having come from a working class background.
He's making too many dick jokes though, Chad. It's we see you card posting, having come Weiner having come. Yeah, we see you. We see you with your dick jokes. Okay. But hey, respect.
From the most expensive neighborhood in Brooklyn, who goes straight through private school and university to run a desk in some senator's office for a few years, then get a cushy congressional safe seat, is working class.
I will agree that Anthony Weiner smells of poshness. Yeah.
Look at him ham it up saying his dad ran some small-time law office.
Okay, your dad? An attorney.
He was like a little neighborhood attorney. He kind of hung a shingle outside our house, that kind of vibe.
Just like a family law practice.
Yeah, some real estate stuff. Yeah, I don't really know for sure. Like
a neighborhood attorney. I'm sorry, I've just never heard this term before. What is a neighborhood attorney, chat? Wait, what? Look, I am perfectly willing to accept that although professionals such as lawyers are part of the professional managerial class, and that generally they perceive their class interest to be more in line with the capitalist than with the proletariat. I can agree with the fact that if they are getting paid by the hour, that is not, they're not capitalists, right? They are not even petty bourgeois, right? They're still workers. They just don't think of themselves as workers. They like to think of themselves as better than workers. They went to a better college than workers, right? So I'm willing to, entertain, like, if you want to say that, like, my parents weren't the kind of jet-setting rich people that most members of Congress, like the families that most members of Congress come from. Fine, whatever. Well, what the fuck is a neighborhood attorney? This like, weird little, like, he's like Willy Wonka. He comes to town, he hangs his sign up, and he's like, Wonka's chocolates. They're amazing. They'll make you float up in the air. Wait, wasn't there one that makes you float up in the air and fart or something? Oh no, you fart to get down? What was the Wonka chocolate that makes you float up in the air? Does anybody remember? We sure don't have neighborhood attorneys where there's a country lawyer. Like, I'm a simple country lawyer. But even I can see that this man is being railroaded by our crooked legal system in this town.
Some real estate closings, that kind of thing. Wasn't big enough. He's like, for people who wouldn't have Jacoby Myers, but they wouldn't have a big firm, they'd have like Grau and Weiner.
Weiner's dad.
Grau and Weiner. Okay. That sounds like Groen Weiner. Is he making a dick joke? Chat, I can't tell. Everything is a dick joke.
It wasn't some poor schmuck just trying to make
you burp to get down. Oh no, that's a soda, right? That's in the movie where I'm talking about where he's young and he's Timothy Chalamet and he's coming to town to start his chocolate business, but he gets taken advantage of by the big city.
Down at the petty claims factory, he ran his own firm doing real estate law in the most expensive zip code in the country. Or hey, what about when he hand waves away the fact he was a big supporter of the war in Iraq?
The Bush year is largely forgotten. I did my A work then, and like no one remembers it. But go ahead.
I mean, we shouldn't forget it. I mean, you did vote for the Iraq war.
I did. Yeah, I did.
That was a crap war.
That's a fizzy lifting drink. No. That's the soda, right? The soda's the fizzy lifting drink. I'm talking about it's like it's a chocolate, I thought. Isn't it like a flying chocolate somehow? Like it's got wings on it. It's like, and you eat it, and then it makes you fly too. And it's kind of a pain in the ass because you're like, whoa, I'm up in the air.
That was a bad call.
Did anybody see the Timothy Chalamet one? Where he's just like, it's like young Wonka?
Yeah.
It was a bad call. Is that all the interest?
He's trying to make his dad sound like, yeah, Atticus Finch. That's what I was going for, Emily French. Yeah.
We're gonna get. This man is a ghoul. And he acts like it's no big deal, too. That's the most galling part of it, in a way. By the end of the interview, he's doing Rodney Dangerfield bits about how people don't like him for some reason.
Talk about your wife.
I get no respect for my wife.
The other day I was at a bar. The bartender says, "What do you want?" I said, "I don't know, surprise me." He shows me a naked picture of my wife. Oh, I got no respect.
But what is actually the single...
Yeah, his wife is Hillary Clinton confidant Huma Abedin. She did dump him after the sexting scandal, I believe. She remarried somebody pretty prominent too, didn't she? Anybody remember who Huma Abedin remarried with?
In this interview, the thing that made me really want to make this video is how Anthony Weiner talks...
I gotta say though, chat, if Huma Abedin can get remarried after doing Frazzle Drip with Hillary Clinton, like, I should be able to get married. She can do 2 marriages and I can't manage 1? Come on.
About the crime for which he was charged. And the crime he took a plea deal on and ended up serving 15 months.
Yeah, it does. It is like a chocolate snitch hybrid. Has anybody seen the Timothy Chalamet? I feel like people didn't like this movie because it was a musical, right? But it was actually really good. It was solid. That's the other movie that I saw while I was on the plane traveling from the US to Thailand.
In jail for. For those who don't know.
Oh wait, yeah. What was it? Star Wars The Last Jedi, terrible movie. Terrible, god-awful movie, right? But I had to see it. I had to see if it was as bad as everyone says. Yes, it's as bad or worse as everyone says, right? I saw the first Doctor Strange movie, and then I saw Multiverse of Madness, but that's when I was getting off the plane, so I only saw part of it. And then the Willy Wonka, which of all the stuff that I watched there, I almost think the Willy Wonka was the best.
When he was in office, Representative Weiner had a scandal that basically boiled down to him inadvertently...
If Foodie Beauty can get married, we should have no problem, yeah.
Tweeting out a picture of, let's say, his bulging underwear.
I forgot. Yeah, it wasn't actually... Yeah, it wasn't... It was a print. It was the impression of Mr. Weiner.
And he tried to cover it up. He lied and said he was hacked. He lied and said it wasn't him.
He lied and said he wasn't hard.
He lied about it to the FBI investigation that has to happen when a sitting congressman's social media gets hacked. Then, eventually...
Isn't Willy Wonka? Oh, yeah, that's right. It is kind of a musical.
A couple women came forward and said he'd DM'd them that same picture in the past. They proved it. So he fessed up, said he had a problem with messaging random women pictures of his junk online, refused to resign, and promised he wouldn't do it again.
Wait, there's a 4th Matrix movie? Wait, the people misunderstood. The movie was trolling the audience. You know, to be fair, though, general public, I didn't see The Force Awakens or what's the second one?
Then, like a year later, he did it again. A bunch of women came forward and proved Weiner had been sending them pictures of his fully nude self to them. Once again, Anthony says he has a problem and vows not to do it again.
I just love the invention of the cell phone, the invention of texting, and there's certain guys that just the first thing that they think of, like, I'm going to take a picture of it, and I'm going to send it to a pretty lady, and she's going to be like, my, oh my, that's a beautiful wiener that you've got there, sir. I would like to know more about you. I would like to get you to know you on a personal, like, they think that this is what blows my mind about not all guys, okay? Let's not put it on all guys, right? But there's a lot of guys out there that seem to think that women are more visual than we actually are, right? That really do think that, you know, like, because a picture of, I don't know, like lady parts makes them, you know, aroused, that a picture of a you know, their parts are gonna make us similarly aroused. And it's just like, it's not the penis, sir, it's what it's attached to, right? That's my major consideration, all right, is what it's attached to.
Is the incident that actually got him in trouble. What did, the actual crime, was, a little while after that, not a woman, but a girl, a 15-year-old girl, a girl Weiner explicitly knew to be underage, comes forward and proves that, yes, he has been carrying on an extended exchange of explicit pictures and messages with this girl.
The last Matrix wasn't that bad. I don't think anybody said. Wait, did anybody say? I don't think they said. I didn't realize there was a fourth.
For some time.
Matrix Reloaded, is that what it's called?
Yeah, if you lived in New York the past decade, your congressman was a groomer. Now,
and my congressman is just an abundance.
Weiner alludes to having spent just 15 months in prison for this in the interview.
But what?
Wait, the second sequel trilogy was The Last Jedi. Wait, is it The Rise of Skywalker? Maybe it was. Yeah, I think you're right. I think it was Rise of Skywalker. Yeah. That one was bad.
I think probably complicates matters for you is the jail sentence and
correct
the final time that it included someone that was an underage.
Correct.
Individual.
I just think of it as The Last Jedi because it's the last movie. It's the Last Jedi movie. So,
you now are on the registry, right?
Correct.
And I'm just wondering, you've been in the system now, right?
Yeah, I kind of like the prequels too, but that's probably because they're the first ones I saw.
You know,
but he frames taking the plea deal as something he's kind of proud of, that was smart for him to do, because it got him out of taking the case to trial and potentially facing a decade plus in prison. He tries to spin it in this interview that we need prison sentencing reform in America. And to prove it, look at how many people, like him, are incentivized to plead out rather than have their day in court.
People being made examples of, and the idea of people being over-incarcerated. I learned, I was a very privileged person to be in that system, but I experienced a lot of men in that system who were also charged with things they
I experienced a lot of men in that system. Sorry?
Probably shouldn't have been for periods of time that they shouldn't have, and their inability to get a trial, a fair trial because of the trial penalty in the federal system. So I learned a lot about that stuff that informs how I talk about this stuff today.
Do you know that this individual was underage at the time?
I didn't have a trial. And I'm reluctant to do anything that sounds like I'm not accepting responsibility for what I did. However, there are elements of this case that made it winnable for me. Let's just put it that way.
If it was winnable, why wouldn't you try to win?
Because they said to you, can either accept this charge or we're going to charge you with
about
something
this.
else that has a mandatory minimum.
Right.
And so the risk.
Yeah. There's what's the name for this? Right. This is a bad element of our justice system. In fact, this is the one thing that Araki gets right in JoJo Part 6, right? His portrayal of the carceral system in America is laughable, right? Imagine a jail where you can hide money inside your boob to get them not to cut your hair as short as they would otherwise. Imagine a prison system in America where you could take your wardrobe with you inside the jail and you could wear your own clothes, right? A high fashion jail, if you will, right? So this is what Araki got wrong, but oh wait, I can't show you this, can I? It starts off with her masturbating. No, I guess I can't.
It's called the trial penalty in the federal system. So it's very risky, and that's why so few people go to trial, because you can plea bargain for 21 months and see your 6-year-old again in a couple of years, or take your chance going to a trial with the name Anthony Weiner and all that goes with that, and hope that you win the case and spend a lot of money, and then you could then get charged with, then you're found guilty of a 10-year mandatory minimum because they charge you with something else. Not many people go to trial in the federal system, like 1 or 2%.
Yeah.
Because they have the
Jolene
ability
wonders
to
if
really
she's-
raise the cost for you if you decide to.
How has it affected your life, though, being on a registry since you've been out of
Well,
jail?
it's very hard. It's a thing that people can say about you that taints you and that makes it seem like you're scary and that people can make up stories. My whole thing is I'll accept responsibility for things I've done, not for things I have not done.
Yeah.
The prosecutors said you have to accept this as part of the penalty, as part of your plea bargain, and so we said we would.
Worse still, Weiner claims the plea deal he agreed.
Oh my God! Yeah, no, I can't show this to you.
15 months for protracted grooming.
I forgot about the part where
The prosecutor's office is making him a political prisoner. In his telling of it, they're only charging him with pedophile sex crimes because they're jealous of his success in politics.
I wonder what impact it had on you to be in the system, and what impact it has on you now to still be still be on this registry and have something that follows you the rest of your life.
Yeah, well, first of all, the registry part is something I had to agree to. The crime I committed, obscenity, was not included in that, but the prosecutor, look, it's informed me in the following ways. One, that prosecutors make decisions for political reasons. The higher the monkey climbs, the more you can see his ass, and that I accept. I was a famous person, so someone that might not get charged for a crime, it was ridiculous for me to get charged with a crime.
But yeah, I mean, look, what I'm trying to say is that the plea bargaining system incentivizes a shit ton of innocent people to plead guilty. The way that our justice system works, it is not in your interest, even if you are innocent, to go to court most of the time, right? The way that they charge you with, you either accept a nothing, you either accept, charges that amount to, that are very easy to deal with, that amount to very little punishment, right? Or you are saddled with ridiculously severe charges that that will ruin your life, right? And for that reason, most innocent people make the calculation that it's better to just accept the plea bargain, right? Even though they're innocent. That's really fucked up. So yeah, you do have a lot of people that have, that conviction record, due to this dynamic within the court system. Whether this impacted him or whether he's just relying on this as a fig leaf, right? Is it's for you to judge.
Success in politics.
I wonder what impact it had on you to be in the system, and what impact it has on you now to still be still be on this registry and have something that follows you the rest of your life.
Yeah, well, first of all, the registry part is something I had to agree to. The crime I committed, obscenity, was not included in that, but the prosecutor, look, it's informed me in the following ways. One, that prosecutors make decisions for political reasons. The higher the monkey climbs, the more you can see his ass, and that I accept. I was a famous person, so someone that might not get charged for a crime, it was ridiculous for me to get charged with a crime. And to do
Adam should have asked him about frazzle drip. That's what I was thinking.
Prison sentence for the things that I did.
You think that?
Well, no one
is that your claim?
No one generally gets prosecuted. No one in the Southern District's ever been sentenced for obscenity, for transferring obscene material. So I did learn that there was an element.
So he's saying that the charge that he got, which is the charge that. Well, wait, transferring obscene material to a minor, right? I don't know if he's telling the truth about this, chat. Look, he might have been on the, cutting edge of this sort of thing getting prosecuted, right? In other words, there might have been a lot of people sending cockpicks to, who knows who, including some people that are underage that did not, maybe there wasn't a charge for it, or the police didn't take it as seriously, or right. So he might have been one of the first people to do time over something like this. But yeah, he did, from what we know, allegedly send a cock picture, the picture to a 17-year-old, right? That was the
of prosecutorial discretion that I think everyone should be concerned about, that people...
This is evil. I'll also point out that by taking the deal and not taking the case to trial...
I gotta say, right, I'm not sure if card posting understands how fucked up the American legal system is. I don't know, if anybody... I don't feel like a lot of people would believe it. A lot of what Iraqi got wrong in his portrayal of courts and cops and the prison system in the U.S. Was just because the real truth of how it actually is something that a guy from Japan like Iraqi just probably couldn't quite wrap his mind around, right? The indignity with which we treat the incarcerated in the U.S.
All of the exact facts of what happened with the teenage girl, what exactly Weiner sent to her, therefore never became evidence in a courtroom setting, and are therefore not on the public record. He, of course, doesn't want the public to know exactly what he did with the teenage girl, because that might hurt his future electoral prospects. The plea deal is a way for him to dodge that transparency and accountability he supposedly holds.
So, yeah, I will say that there's nothing necessarily sus about somebody doing a plea deal, right? There's a plethora of innocent people who've done a plea deal. I like Chad is saying, I do think that he's being very cagey, right? If you want to say that he's a scumbag, right, it's because he's being cagey about the nature of what he did, right? And he's trying to use the idea that he's acting like, well, I would love to deny it, but I can't because of the plea bargain, right? So him in particular, yes, but like I just would chasten people from outside of the United States from making the assumption that everyone who has said yes to a plea deal is guilty. There's a ton of people that are not.
High esteem with regards to stuff like congressional stock trading. It's sickening. And I just wanted to point that out to everyone. Remember, this guy is still in politics.
Oh yeah, that's Rave says Ethan Klein took that deal rather than going to trial with Cav. Yeah, apparently they're besties now. Apparently that he had to get the docket, he had to get his court docket clear so that he could sue Reddit, apparently.
If he wants another seat, or a governorship, or to be the mayor of New York City, he's still out there doing this soft campaign, biding his time for the next election season, and he positions himself as this middle-of-the-road, moderate, blue dog Democrat.
Oh, now that's a change. That's not what he was like when he was in Congress, right? He was one of the more progressive members of Congress.
I gotta agree completely. The median Democrat is a pedophile fraudster. I'll stop saying it when, or if, it ever stops being true. It's just something to think about. Anyway, if you might like to hear more from me, feel free to subscribe.
Give card posting a try.
Or to take a look at my other videos.
He's got some interesting videos. I would highly recommend the drama with Alec Gunter. I think that was beautiful, right? I think that was a work of art. Card posting versus Alec Gunter was amazing. I'm gonna sue Hassan for hurting his fifis. Yeah, gonna sue everybody, apparently. Did Araki watch Orange is the New Black? When did he write part 6? I thought he wrote part 6 in the 90s. Oh my god, chat. Just bursting with juice. Ah. And with that, chat, I have officially finished my long gun. Those were good. Okay, so time to raid fellow Cuties gang member USA Hole. USA Hole. Go and follow USA Hole. Go and follow them. Wait. Did I somehow fuck this up? I don't know. USA Hole is offline? How did that happen? All right, hang out for just a second, chat. I'm going to try to find somebody cool for you to raid into. I thought it was going to be USA Hole because USA Hole is almost always streaming when I, Yogg's cast? Oh my god. This is hard, chat. Hang out a little bit. Let me see if I can find somebody to send you to. Nope. Wait, everything's fucked up somehow. I'm getting bad info, chat. I think I need to reload this. All right, I'm reloading. See who pops up then. Thank you, mods. Thank you, chatters. Thank you, Patreons. I'm gonna shout you out in just a second. Let's see if I can find. Oh my god, it is. It is the early wee hours of the day, isn't it? Low tier god isn't low tier god the person that used to tell people to Minecraft themselves in Roblox? Oh, okay. No. Do we have a cat? I might be able to raid you into somebody with a cat. Come on. Please have a cat. Oh, I see the cat. We're going to start the raid. This is Phenomenon. I have not raided Phenomenon in forever. But Phenomenon's got a cat. And that's gonna be awesome. All right, so let me shout out the Patreons. I appreciate the fuck out of you Patreons because you support me every month. And it's off platform, which means that this is the base of support. This is the emergency $100 that I would have access to were the worst case scenario to happen with my channel. So it's great to know that I wouldn't be completely penniless. I would just be $350 short of rent. So thank you everybody who supports me on Patreon. I really do appreciate you. Everybody at the $5 level and above, you got a shout out. So let me do those now. Shouts out to Orel's Ellipsis. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Sarah. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette. Shouts out to Moe Noe. Shouts out to Crystal Saphira. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to Izzy Mandius. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to Hot Ham Radio. Shouts out to Good for Gabby. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. Shouts out to Animus, and a fancy shout out to Zerazerex, to Rachel K, and to Omega Star. With that, I think I am sending you into Phenomenon. Let's go. See what that sounds like on the other side. And oh no, the cat's off screen now. Maybe we can get
$1,000, and then I'm like,
there we go.
Like, are you kidding? Hello, no comment check. How the heck are you? How was your stream? How are we doing? What's the winning lottery numbers, chat? Yeah, we need that. That's what we need. Doot. Yes, Starvicus, that's all true. That's one of the many things I've learned in the last couple weeks.
Okay, so I'm letting Phenomenon know to have a great stream.
People.
I feel bad about asking. We saw your cat.
And
we saw your cat on the thumbnail.
Just not in the 20%
so
or more
we
down payment
decided
realm.
To
that's
raid.
not gonna happen. When your viewers offer you 50K, would you take it? I would probably have a conversation with them first.
That's an important thing, yeah.
They were okay.
I always want to make sure that, yeah, when somebody's
I would probably
donating to me, supporting me, that they are also taking care of themselves first and foremost, right? Because I found that some of the most generous people in the world also need to be generous to themselves.
After a conversation, because I would want to make sure that they themselves are okay, because that's such a.
Oh, I wanted to get that answer. We saw your cat on the thumbnail, so we decided to raid.
Just tired? Have a great stream? You saw your cat in the thumbnail and decided to raid? Little Mog, yeah.
Yes, get the cat.
I thank you so much for raiding.
Oh, no, I want to see the cat again. I want to see the cat again. Okay, chat, I don't think we're going to get to see the cat again. But go follow Phenomenon if you're not already. Great gaming streamer playing Kirby's Adventure today.
A little bit. Not much. But
although that sounds like Mario, doesn't it? What? Oh, this is Kirby. I don't know.
Jackpot just a little bit. Yeah.
Chat, I don't know. Apparently, I don't know games. Anyway, I have stayed on for long enough. Much love, everybody. I will see you again tomorrow. Take care of yourself. Take care of each other. And yeah, I don't know. Should we do a gaming stream? I feel like we should do a gaming stream. Sorry, I was the person that asked you to stop pausing a few months ago. I just want to reiterate that I like your commentary. I didn't mean to be a dick. Did I ban you, Lazy Femme? Do you need an unban? And I do see what you're saying about the pausing. I've watched streamers, especially Hassan, where I'm just like, can you, like, right when he pauses somebody on. Anyway, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, and thank you for apologizing. But maybe you were right. Maybe I was pausing too much. I'll try to get better about that, because I'm always about the content. But we're wrapping things up right now, and I'm gonna give you the hearts again, and I am gonna get off here because I've been streaming for about 6 hours now. But I will see you again tomorrow. I had a really good time. I hope you had a good time as well. Again, thank you to the mods. Thank you to Thumb Gang for liking my stream and helping it to get out to more people. And thank you everybody who boosted the Blast Off post on Blue Sky. That really does mean a lot to me as well. All right, so I'm gushing. I need to mosey on off and continue with life. Yes, Queen, sleep. Actually, it's like 3:30 here, right? It's 3:30 in the afternoon. So I'm across the world from where you think I might be. But I do need to get some things done. So I will get off of here, and I will see you again tomorrow. Hopefully earlier, chat. I gotta get in. Maybe I'll get a good night's sleep. I'll go to sleep early tonight, and I'll start waking up. I'll do the Sigma grind set where you wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning and splash cold water, carbonated water, of course. We don't want to use poor people water. We got to use carbonated, sparkling water, splash the sparkling water on our face and just and work out and do all that grind set. So we must live. The queen must live. Anyway, thank you, Lazy Femme. Nice to hear from you again, and hope hope I'm making good content for all of you. Anyway, see you later.